Good afternoon, everyone. How's everybody doing today? Oh, 1 second. Let me get my mic a little bit closer. Give me a second. Put a 1 in the chat if everyone can hear me fine. No background noise, no echoes. Give me a thumbs up or a 1 in the chat, whatever works for you. Much appreciated. Awesome, awesome. Eugene Steele, good afternoon. How are you, sir? Money Life Business, Granville, De Leon, and all of you guys who are coming in, much appreciate your support. And welcome to another edition of Sage Talk. There's a lot going on in Black manosphere spaces. And definitely there are a lot of good things that are going on that I would like to see continue and that I would support, hands down. However, I'm still kind of like sitting, observing, and looking forward for some things that I think are of value to Black men as a whole, the Black community as a whole, and I would even go as far as to say the Black nation who has no home as a whole. The ones who don't have a nation, no sovereign land, no laws that govern them that they rule and live under, but they are forced to live under the rules and laws of another that have never been, anyone can say, as a supporter of our future. Let's see who else is there. Granville, I believe, was the last person I shouted out. As you guys come on in, hit the like button. Make that a habit. If on the way out you don't believe that the discussion overall, my contribution was not of that great of value, you can always hit the down button on your way out, right? And that will kind of give me perspective as well. I'm not overly sensitive. I'm not really sensitive at all, but definitely not overly sensitive whereby someone posting a true reaction with regard to the down button, that's not going to affect me. That's going to, if anything, if I'm aware of this, the stats, I will see what I can do to meet the challenge of what it is that their expectations may be. Obviously, if their expectations are within line and not out of line with the show and all the other things that not only the Lapeef Network does, but the focus of what I try to do here on Sage Talk. So let's get ready to get into it, right? I know everyone sees the thumbnail earlier. And I have the lead attorney, Jonathan Whitlock, and Coach Greg Adams. And today's topic and discussion is really about why young men need leadership. And the second part, I'm not sure if JR had included that in the subtext of the topic. And the second part was that OGs are needed in the culture. I want to try to address multiple things at the same time in this conversation. So definitely, I'm looking forward to everyone's participation, pushback, challenges, and for us to broaden the conversation to enlighten us better on how we deal with various things, right? Mr. C, doing well. Thank you very much. Stephen Day, appreciate the salute. Welcome back to Sage Talk for another edition. I think the fact, and I'm going to make this as a bold statement that I think everyone in America needs to understand, Black people particularly, but America as a whole. The young people are the future. They're the future leaders and the future of Black America, Black people in America. The old heads have had their time. If they squandered it, that's on them. Young people, y'all don't owe us, myself included, old heads, jack. You don't owe us jack. But I think because of that, some people may want to say, well, if I don't owe you shit, I don't have to listen to anything you got to say. And I think that may be a general disconnect that some may think or say or believe or what have you, right? And when I say that the young people are the future leaders of America or Black America, that is true. I think everyone can concur that that would be an honest observational statement or comment. But I think there are two things we need to address within ourselves and come to a conclusion about. The old guards, those who are in politics presently, that's been serving for 10 or more congressional terms, whether it's in their state or if they have been on the national scene, whether in Congress or the Senate. If you've been there 20 years or more, you need to sit down. And I know that may sound harsh. You need to sit down because you're in the way. Some people get comfortable with the way things are. Very few people, especially like married people, right? Married people are most times the least people that are likely to shake the boat. They usually have more to lose. There's more foundation there. Risk is multiplied for them exponentially. Because what may happen to a young person by themselves, the fallout effect may only be one person if they didn't do something to actually injure someone else. But a bad decision by a young person by themselves, the fallout would only be on them. With an older person, the fallout can have a multiple effect. It can affect everyone that is under their covering, you might say, protection, and those who are close enough to feel the fallout of them making a judgment that may have significant risk, and the judgment may not go in their favor, or the outcome, I should say, may not go in their favor. So the old guard are usually less reluctant to step out, to risk, to even do what they know is right, but simply because they can find a way of reasoning to justify why acting now is not the best time, and maybe sometimes later we can find a way to work around it. And that's a pacifist type of, ideology, and some people subscribe to it, some don't. I do not. But there's another thing that I think OGs can have a valuable contribution. OGs have what some people might say is wisdom, right? And they're a different type of wisdom, but there's a certain type of wisdom that I think young people are yet to appreciate. There's a certain type of wisdom that just comes from time. You know, everyone in life have a journey that you walk in life. However good or however bad, your ability or inability to succeed at the trials that was placed before you in your journey. So because of that, some of us develop, how can I say? Some of us develop things to keep us safe. Don't rock the boat. Takes time. And that's true. Some things do take time. But sometimes things are in the moment and they need to be addressed in the moment. But my point with regard to time and how men who have lived, I would say north of 50, and that will probably include some Gen Xers, and then those who are north of 60 or 65. That will probably definitely include some baby boomers. So I think part of my conversation today will apply to those two generations as a whole. And I'm speaking to the men because when it comes to dealing with challenges, those things have a certain element of risk to it. And when it comes to life and risk that are associated, it is men who, in past, have usually stepped out in defense because it's part of the protection armor or cloak that we wear as being a male in society, right? So it's something that we are taught, learn, and practice and do. So what I'm saying with regard to OGs, Black men who are of the age of, I would really like to say 55, but I know that there's some people in this space that I'm already familiar with that are slightly below that number. So I would use 50 as the lowest benchmark for you to enter into that space where you can say you've lived a long time, or 5 decades, which sometimes living 5 decades for some people could be a grueling 5 decades, right? The hardest thing they ever had to do. So different people experience that time differently, but there's something that you learn from it. And I think that there is a wisdom that Black men who are OGs can offer the young leadership that is forming. So I think the young leadership need to establish or learn, one, to respect those who are OGs. I'm not talking about criticizing someone's point. If you put yourself out there and you make a statement, then your comments should be examined, right? So that's not what I'm referring to. But what I'm saying is just the idea that an older person has value. So that's one, I would like to kind of throw that out there, that an older person in Black America, which we lack some of, is something that is valuable. And another thing I would like to see OGs step to doing is be slow to speak and quick to defend. Let me say that again. I would like to see OGs who are slow to speak. Someone dropped that in the chat. Slow to speak and quick to defend. And the reason why I'm putting this out there is because if you have lived 50 or more years, you know that sometimes what you were told or information that was made available in the 90s or in the mid or late 80s, 20 years later, 25 years later, proved to be unreliable information, that it was wrong. And then upon examination, you find out that It was an outright lie and a deception. So by you having that experience and being exposed to it, to that type of use of power, one, you should be slow to speak, meaning criticize, be observant, but you should be quick to defend. Because many times the person being attacked is not always a just attack. And just so someone is not being used as meat for some angry mob of some sort, that we are willing to allow members of our society, our family, to be chewed up and spit out by those who have always chewed us up and spit us out. So those are the three things I would like to see with regard to OGs be more representative of. Usually in controversy, many people are not willing to make a stand, because when you make a stand, whether it's principle, ethical, or moral, it will pose a challenge to those who may not have those three primary things as representative of who they may be themselves. So if you're not that, you're going to push back on that. So what I would say is that not only being slow to speak and quick to defend, that OG should be ready to take a stance. Like there's the young brother who is, I'm not even sure if he's Gen X. I believe he might be Gen X, but I think he's on a show with ESPN, and he made some bold statements to stand up and back Kyrie before the tide has shifted. And he was ready to put it all on the line. And, you know, as I watched some of the commentary surrounding how he spoke and delivered his message, you know, if you've lived 50 years, 55 years, 60 years, you know, don't get insulted who is listening or who may listen to this in a future replay. But sometimes I find that the value of appropriate descriptive adjectives work well. I think the pussy in you should wear off by the time you're 50. Let me say that again. And I'm speaking to black men. I think the pussy in you should wear off by the time you're 50, which is why I said you should be able to take a stance. And if you're not at the space where you can actually make a stance and support, then your journey through life has been possibly not as valued to you as you may believe. You may have walked a very cautious life. Okay, let's see here. 1 second. John M., you said 50. You were thinking 35. 35 is really the age when I think most men starts between 33 and 35, when most men start to really strive in their career. And usually the first, I would say, between 5 years getting out of the university or 6 years, you're trying to find your footing. And sometimes the career that you may have chosen may not be the career that you will find yourself in to be successful. It's rare that both of those things match. It's good when it does, but sometimes it doesn't always work out that way. Like I studied structural engineering and architectural design. I like how things are constructed, and I like to know what's under the skin, right? What's behind the facade. So structural engineering was my thing. But I ended up having a successful career in finance, right? So it was part of a journey. Now, most young men, white men who enter financial services business usually do so very early, by the time they're 20, 22. I started late. I didn't start my finance career until 1990. Like, actually, what was it? 1987 was the Black Monday, right? So I started 2 years after that, like 89, going into 1990. So I would say by the age of 35, you should be at an awareness level with yourself, what your goals and objectives are, and you should be able to take a more keener way in which you examine things that happens around you in your life and globally. We're in an age now where global awareness is very important. Okay, what is this? The UK investor, the career I'm in now isn't the one I want to be in. And that is a challenge, because if the career pays well, sometimes money trump the reason to change, to do something that might in the end be more successful and possibly profitable for you. But if what you're doing presently makes you give you a certain level of comfort in your economy and how you move, it may impede one's transition. And usually life will make that transition for you when the time is up for what you're doing, right? So, and that's part of the journey too, being able to identify changes when they're beginning, and don't let life whip your ass too long, because life journey can be painful. They don't care about whether your mother is black, your father is black, if you were raised by a baby mama. Life don't give a shit about none of that, bro. It's like, you have joined the human race, and this is how we run this race. And whether you accept that you're a part of the race or not, you're in it. The sooner you play, the better your chance to succeed. The longer it takes for you to find out the rules of the game and what you're in, possibly the more painful your journey could be. Could be more educational, but it could be more painful as well, right? Because life journeys are painstakingly, when they teach, they don't teach without pain. They usually teach with pain. So kind of getting back to how I was leading into this intro. Wisdom. For you guys who listen to Sage Talk and have been coming here supporting me in the network for the past 9-10 months, I think there's something that you will hear me say or have heard me say on more than one occasion. I haven't said it in some of my more recent discussions, but I will always say I am not trying to change you. There's a reason why I say that. I'm not sure if I mentioned the reason in the past, but I'm not going to go into the reason now. But the reason why, the reason why I say that is because I understand that the journey of life, meaning the environment you grew up in, the parents that you had, whether they was there or absent, either by their own decisions or life did something to them where they were unavailable, whether they went to prison, they got sick, they passed away, there could be many things. The way I see the journey of life is that it is the training and the preparation for what you were sent here to do. By the time you're 20, 21 years old, or between that age and 25, where you really start to make clear analysis of where you're going in life, maybe examining who you are as a man and woman too, right? No discrimination there. But at that point, I think, particularly to men, you should not be blaming your parents for anything. If there's something that you believe your parents may have done that you have a controversy with, you should have a conversation with your parent. Let them know how you felt about that situation and whatever it is. And then let go whatever it was, right? If you have a situation with a father that wasn't there, maybe you reach out to that man and you have a conversation with him and you tell him how you felt. He will give you his side of the story, and maybe it makes sense to you and maybe it makes no goddamn sense. Whether you choose to then engage that person further is up to you. But I think what can be debilitating is the use of somehow other people are responsible for the long-term effects that you suffer from. If you have a broken leg and you don't go to the doctor to fix it, and because you can walk around with a broken leg, you have the excuse that you can tell people that you're in pain and you should feel sorry for me. That is a choice. You had the ability to examine yourself and say, I got a broken leg. It slows me down and it's very painful to walk and it limits my mobility. I will go to the doctor and get this broken leg fixed. It's no different than the traumas you experience when you were growing up, either directly or indirectly from your parents, directly or indirectly from educators in your early childhood. And most of all, the environment that you grew up in and how that could have had either a positive or not so positive impact on you. I think it's important to evaluate. It's important to evaluate what we would say back in the day in Israel. We would say, eat the meat and spit out the bones, right? Meaning there's some things in your life that was challenging, but in hindsight was beneficial. It actually gave you a talent, a leg up. But when you are going through it and living it, it appears as though it was a detriment. So all lessons are not the same. And then there are some things that you will go through in your environment that just for the fact that you escape says a lot. Tip my hat, kudos to you. But likewise, if you carry around those things that were not beneficial, but the things that you have identified that harmed you, and if you carry it around as some badge or secret identification, you can flash on someone and say, hey, you owe me. I'm a victim. Therefore, you should not hold me to any real standard, or you should lower the bar for where you would hold me to a normal person's standard because I am wounded. Can't you see? I don't support that ideology. I think there are things that could be bad and have a good effect, and there are things that could be good and have a good effect, and there are things that could be bad and have a bad effect. The things that are bad, that have a bad effect, and you're unable to change them, come to grips with them, put them in a closet or put it in a vault and leave it alone. See where it may have contributed to any damage, either emotionally or psychologically or mentally, or in your ability to make good decisions. And then after knowing that, go about changing that so it doesn't hamper you long term. And what I'm saying, that if you're able to make evaluations like this when you're young, and I'm talking to men, right? Because when I was 17, I confronted my mom and I said, Mommy, I want to talk to you. And we were sitting in the kitchen. And I said to my mom, I said, why is it that you never believed me when I said something? I said, the neighbor could tell you something about me that she see in the street. You will believe them. And if I contradict that, you won't believe me and I will get disciplined for it. And we had a long conversation, maybe almost 2 hours. And in the end, you know what my mother told me? She said, a true female's card, you know, Joker's wild, pulling the power card. I did the best that I can. End of discussion. Let me say that again. She said, I did the best that I can. After she said that, that was the end of the conversation. I didn't hold any animosities against my mother. I've never disrespected or said an evil word towards my mother. But from that day forward, my mother looked at me differently. And she respected me and realized that I went in that moment from a boy to a man. And I think that as men, we need to be able to confront the things that are problematic for us, and then don't carry it around as some type of a badge of dignity. No, put it away. Don't carry around pain to say that you suffer. Don't hold your parents guilty for things that they may not have been able to do better. There are things that we know now in 2020 in terms of what computers show us that 40 years ago in the 1980s, people didn't know. 60 years ago in the 1960s, people didn't know, and further back. So we have an advantage from hindsight, right? We don't always have the advantage from in that moment when you have to make the call. So in getting back to what I'm trying to say with regard to the OGs, right, and how young leaders should value OGs. Now, obviously, there are categories of or tiers that you may put different OGs into, right? Granted. Men who fuck up their life, you can learn from their fuck ups. Men who do good things and have good turnout, you can learn from their good turnout. So understanding that a lesson could be learned and value can be gained from both aspects. With that being said, what I would like to see is that, and this is a call to OGs, if you're 50 years of age or older, what I would like to see among OGs is men of principle taking a stand or courageous stand in the face of contention that goes that opposes like the current mindset. What is usually accepted in society as normative. Because sometimes things that are accepted as normative are not always good. So I would like to see those men take a more principled stand, right? Be courageous in the face of the wind. Excuse me. Understand that, and those of you who may have old people in your family, especially someone who is north of 70, right? You'll notice that there's no intimidation with them to say exactly what a thing is. Some people say, oh, people are crazy, stupid, whatever, right? But one of the things that they have learned through life, that couching yourself to please others is fruitless. Not fruitful, it's fruitless. So as they get older, they realize that at 70, what effect can you have on my life now? Not much, if any. So you will find in general that most older people will be somewhat blunt, direct, may leave the emotion aspect, may leave the explanatory aspects of a points of view or decision. And that's because, you know, time and observability have given them the understanding that now that I'm older, if I couldn't actually say what I wanted when I was younger, at this stage of the game now, I can say what the F I want. But one of the problems I still see is that many older Black men and women too, who are in positions of power and have been there for decades, 4, 5, 6, well, not 6, but I would say 4 decades, or 25, 30 years, or 40 years, however you want to calculate that, that they have been doing what is customary to maintain their position, their respect, and their compensation from it. And usually that route is taking some type of a payoff to allow others to step on your own people. It's like we have been ransomed off by the leaders who say they are leaders, right? They know they get a compensation for how they behave in a certain way. And when called upon to represent, when they represent, they secure their bag, right? Some of us would see that as possibly your 30 pieces of silver for selling out your people and taking chump change. 30 pieces of silver, even in that time, may have been a lot of money, but people still considered it cheap. Excuse me. So I think the old guard, like the Black Caucus, the NAACP, Al Sharpton, and so many others who we know by their own track record looking back, have been extremely spotty in their direct advocacy to the public that their primary purpose is the defense, protection, and advancement of Black people. And for some reason that they feel some kind of way by being able to openly make such a stance. And for some reason, we've been guilted into thinking that the protection of Black people mean the endangering of some other people. It doesn't mean that. Now, some people could probably make that logical assessment and come to that conclusion. But that will be an opinion that is not considered what in English, in the grading of English, you would say it's not a weighted opinion. It doesn't have real value. It's not supported by factual things that would allow one to come to such a conclusion. Because in the scheme of things, you would be hard pressed to find in Black America, in the United States, wherever Black people had any resemblance of power, that we would use it for the detriment of others. That experience is not representative of the people we have been since we've been here. So with regard to leadership and truly being a leader, there's a leader that is upfront, who the people see, and that could be an individual, or it could be an organization, and anything in between that, right? That is considered a legal body of some sort. One of the things that I would say is required for a leader, and those who may take the mantle of being a leader, either of a corporation, business, and or the advocacy of the advancement of their people. Your life is no longer as important once you take that stance or that role. Once you take the role of being a leader, you forfeit certain other things that you may want to choose and have and enjoy later in life. You know, there's a reason why they say the captain goes down with the ship, and George Bush used to say the buck stopped here. He used to call himself the decider, right? I am the decider. Because when things go good, okay, you look like you shine. But when things go bad, no matter how many people you may have in various positions as checks and balances to make sure things are as effective going forward, or whatever you're trying to execute, you can't always control what other people will do. So when things mess up and falls apart and there's consequences to be levied, whoever that leader is, the buck stop with him, right? The power you have been granted to make decisions and alter the direction of humankind and people's lives and in your society, whether you're an attorney, whether you're a judge, whether you're a district attorney, whether you're a congressperson, whether you're a president. When you take those roles, there are certain sacrifices that comes with it. And some people know that, but some people, in exchange for the authority and the power, they do not always honor the other parts of what they may have pledged. So when you take a leadership position, your life is no longer your own. There's a certain level of sacrifice that you will have to make at some point. And I think, Kanye and Kyrie, they're being very good examples of such a stance. To give you a little clearer picture of what I'm trying to communicate. When you become a parent, your life and the things that you wanted usually, or maybe I should say must, take a back seat to the primary goal or objective, which is raising your child, protecting that child, educating that child, feeding that child, caring for that child, and all the things that will give that child or children the best advantage. For example, and I like sometimes using references from history, and not always I use controversial references because sometimes I don't want to be controversial. But like we look at General Alexander the Great, the Greek king, emperor, some people might say, whatever. He conquered and ruled the first kingdom, which was Macedonia, which was actually his homeland. And I think his father may have been ruling for a time. He was then overthrown and his son came back and took power, right? Which is Alexander. He was the age of 16. 16. He ruled his first kingdom. 4 more years by the time he hit the age of 20. Some people say 21. Doesn't matter. At the age of 20, he was ruling the known world. All the countries that existed or had large enough populations where there were governments, he was ruling. And he ruled for approximately 12 years. So by the time he was 32, he was dying. He caught an infection and he was dying. And then he passed on his kingdom to his 4 generals. And the reason why I wanted to use Alexander as an example is that something that I'm trying to communicate to both the young men, and when I say young men, I would say under the age of 30. So maybe actually 29, right? Because that's the first change of life that most people will go through. 29. So if you're 29 or younger, the reason why I use Alexander as that template is because we as Black men, particularly, we have been in a vacuum, absent from the demonstration of leadership and power. It's something that is absent for us. Some people, Black people, find themselves succeeding in their careers and so forth, and they may lead in the business and the expertise where they come from. That is not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the type of power to shift and make mass changes in the lives of society and people. So many of us really have never seen any forms of a black leadership with its single purpose, objective, the single purpose to build, protect, and invest in the advancement of black people first. We can look out for others, but black people first. And I think we should learn from, what is that, the Immigration Act of 1965. When we got civil rights, if we really go back and look at the benefits of civil rights and what it offered, had we been more objective and not too maybe eager to celebrate, we could have gotten the laws that was necessary to protect us as a people. And then the things that qualified us for those benefits, if the language was specific and not too general, minority, general, people of color, general. If they had stood the fight in the final phases of the negotiation, the writings of the agreement, that really, and if we had said whatever time frame we needed to be for that protection, whether it was 50 years or whether it was 100 years, we would have gotten our reparations. Because one of the main things we would have walked away with is the protection, where nobody can't just put their hands on us, can't feed off of us, can't use us, can't profit from us. We didn't get that protection. We lost that opportunity. And then all the benefits that would have gone to us through education, the leveling of the playing field with equal rights in hiring and so forth, opportunities to access money to start small businesses and so forth. If we would have made sure those protections were in line, we would have been fine. If we would have maybe delayed the Immigration Act or had more specific language in dealing with that, we would not have always been relegated to the bottom, and everybody else who can come in through whatever purpose can utilize those same laws and benefit themselves, and we don't benefit. So in hindsight, we can see the flaws in our ability to negotiate from past leaders that represented black people. They didn't have a firm commitment for us as a people. They believe because we suffer and other people around the world suffer, we should equalize the compensation for all of us. But that wasn't true, because the people who suffered in their country, the people who owed them compensation was those in those countries, or who were overlords in those countries, if it's a colonial country, right? But the suffering that black people had in America was specific to them. And it was by a particular people that did that, right? So I think we open up the doors too early without us being compensated for the things that we claim were justified to be compensated, the oppression and the slaughter. So another thing, I'm not sure who have ever seen the Ten Commandments with Charlton Heston, right? There's an actor, goes by the name of Yul Brynner. Not sure. I don't even think he's alive. He might have died like in the late 90s or early 2000s. But the role that he played, I think, was Pharaoh Seti. He was going to inherit the throne from his father. And one of the things I liked about when he came to authority, his father wasn't really famous for making the statement, but when he came to rule, and that was the Pharaoh that Moses battled with, right? He would say, "So it is written, so it shall be done." And if we think about that quote, what does it take to have that level of power and authority? Where you can write something and then it manifests in the society. Or say something and it manifests within the society. That's true power. I think that's something that we ought to aspire to as a people, and especially our young leaders, that we are self-determinate. We could call our future and make it happen. But we have to take on a different perspective. I know some people have the mindset that everybody is the same. We're all people. I'm not disputing that. But I think some people have the mindset that everyone is the same, and because we're all from the human family, that there's no difference between us. I don't subscribe to that. I think that ants hang around with ants because it's beneficial for the long existence of ants. Ants don't hang around with birds because if they did, ants may not live that long. Birds will eat them, right? So I think we have to understand that one of the things we really need to be able to do better at we need to have single-minded objectives. We need to build on those single-minded objectives, and we have to protect ourselves as a nation without a home. We don't have a sovereign land. We don't have our own military. We don't have police. We don't have fire department. We don't have even social services to protect those of us who fall between the cracks. And someone else gives us those things at the dispensation on how they want to deliver it. And then we have to figure out the rules and all these different things to make that happen. So because we are a people that is like missing in action, I think first, for us to really get to that stage where we could be that nation, the mindset have to shift. And I think we need to have a single-minded approach in some things, not in all things, because I wouldn't advocate for what was the word that somebody used not too long ago? I can't remember. It'll come to me in a second. Give me a second. We're not a monolith. Okay, that's the word I was looking for. We're not a monolith, nor am I suggesting that anyone become one, right? But I think because we don't really see ourselves in that single-minded mindset when it's necessary, sometimes the execution of how we go about trying to feel our way and find our way to acquiring power and then learning how to use it, sometimes it looks a little clumsy because we lack sophistication and different things, right? So we're not always sure how to wield it, because power is a tool, just like a hammer, a saw, a knife, or a gun. They're tools. Why am I mentioning all these things? And why am I seem to be citing different references to come to a point? Get to the point, Mr. Lee. I'm sure some people might be thinking, what the hell is he talking about? Well, I will say this. I am starting to observe that more and more Black men are making a stand. And they understand that when you make a stand, you will have to stand up in the wind. Like when I used to work on Wall Street, if you're ever walking around, where the Bull is on Broadway, or if you go down further to where Battery Park City is, and it's in the winter, whether it's in the morning, early or late in the evening, sundown, you have the two rivers, right? You have Henry Hudson Highway, which give you the Hudson River, and then you have east, you have the FDR, which is the East River. You just call it the East River, right? They both meet at the end of the Manhattan Island. You have the ferry that comes in and the wind. Like you could see the wind dust creating little like tornadoes, whirlpools, like leaves. And that hawk, when that hawk is blowing and the little residues of raindrops, which is like in between rain, snow, and ice, is popping you in the head. When you get inside any building, wherever you're going, right, your head is frozen. Your head is frozen. And the thing is that it's a beating, it's a sacrifice that, you know, everybody have to do it. You have to walk down the street to get to where you're going. The train doesn't come up in your building. So what I'm noticing is that there are more and more young men standing in that position of leadership, speaking up boldly and taking that win, hitting them in the face for a cause. Now, sometimes they may not be as skilled in delivering what the message is of the cause, you know, but we should be sharp enough sometime to observe things, right? I think the OG guys, they can offer the young people tactical awareness. Tactical awareness. And I think this is something I would really like to see more is older heads, you know, and I don't expect this to be in public, so I may never know about it if it actually even occur. But I should be able to observe it in practice or in execution. Even if I don't know who is making the call, irrelevant. If the position that they're standing in is for the betterment of our people and they're not selling us out, there's a good chance if they're over 50 and they have some success and evaluation of life and they don't blame the world for everything that happened to them, that I think they can offer valuable advice to whatever council they may be operating with, you know, out of the public's eye. And I think it's important that those people exist and they're valued because there's a lot that you could get from hindsight. You know, Kanye and Kyrie Irving are young men. When they become old heads, there's another group of young men that's going to be in their 30s right behind them. And I think we have to really, and it's a deliberation. I know it's a difficult one, right? Because there's so much damage that have happened to us. But I think we really have to start to examine the appreciation for those who may have valuable guidance that they can offer. Like so far, the only person that I really saw stand out is Minister Farrakhan. He has come up and he has made some statements. But I think there are other men who are maybe less well known, but are successful in their own right. And they may be able to add perspective, help someone who is young, but may have the aptitude and ability to lead and spearhead a movement or whatever. But at the same time, because they don't have the experience of hindsight, someone who have, or counsel who may have that experience that they can lean upon and say, you know what, I lean upon him and I give him a call. It's like in the Jewish community, when someone that they have locked in on, that in some way they feel is a threat, real or imagined, after they take you to the courses of apologies, then they have these leaders that you must pay homage to, right? And these leaders are not 20, 21, 22, 23, 31, 32, 33. They're older men because they already have respect for their older men. So I think we have to embrace that idea. I'm not saying to choose anyone. I'm saying first you have to embrace the idea, because once you do that, you can then start to look at how people speak and what they say and the intention and how they're moving. And then you can see whether or not they're beneficial or not, right? So some things take a little time to be aware of. So let me continue. Like I said, Farrakhan is the only one I've noticed stood up. But I think there are other people in the business world who can stand up, who have a certain reputation and success about themselves, that if they were to say something, their reputation and their career would translate into what they're saying. And I think it will give people, some people, the opportunity to pause, right? To not be so ready to come to a final decision when you know little or no factual information. And sometimes we do that. We're people that we move by the emotion and not always by the facts. And what I want to really kind of like deal with in this whole leadership thing is, how do the younger people who are stepping into positions of leadership or the corridors of leadership, how are they, what skills do they have in this game of power, right? And I think it's important to understand what power really is, because sometimes I hear people talk about the 48 laws of power. And then 6 months later, you see they say or do some dumb shit. I'm like, weren't you just quoting the 48 laws of power like 3 months ago? Because they kind of use things and say things that they really haven't embraced, but because they know it has some form of a outward effect or appearance, they use them. And I think one of the things that, there are many things that the 48 laws of power teaches. I'm not going to get into the details of that. I don't remember where my book is. It's packed away somewhere, right? And I haven't studied it I studied it more when I was in business, because it's really a book about business, but it can help you in your life, how to deal with people of power, right? So it's business mainly, but it can help you in other aspects of life. In really being able to maneuver power, we have to make a different understanding on how power is used. Now, I'm not sure how many in the audience, possibly not the women, but some men in the audience who have maybe grown up watching Star Trek or Star Wars. But I want to make a comment about Star Trek, right? On Star Trek, they have a species called the Borg. And the Borg, whenever you watch the encounters that the Borg have with other species accessing their vessel and coming on board, they don't even get tripped out. Like, you come on board the ship, like, they don't even concern themselves with that. They're going around doing their job. They're charging up. They're putting up whatever they need technologically wise to make sure that their vessel is fully operational for any encounter. But the minute whoever enters that vehicle or vessel does something threatening to the life of one Borg member, everything stops. Everybody stop what they're doing and get on this shit. Neutralize the threat. They link up immediately to protect the one. Anyone. And I use that analogy because I think we really have to understand, like, the kind of power that we want where people can't bother us or injure us, and the leadership that it will take to manifest that. The love, the care has to be a top down. Can't be grassroots up. It has to be top down. What do I mean by top down? Basically, what I'm saying by top down is that the one for us is the many. The difference between the one and the many, in our eyes, there's no difference. That's how we should see it. Like, a threat to one is a threat to all. And if we were to get that understanding, no one will ever threaten us again. Now, it doesn't mean that every so often something probably wouldn't happen, but people know that there would be a consequence for threatening us. And when I say threaten us, even one of us. And I know that is a tall order. You know, for me to even make that statement, that is a tall order. Like the Transformers, Decepticons, and Autobots. They could be having different stuff going on. They're fighting individually, but when the situation becomes so pertinent, they link up and become the Superbot. So what I'm trying to really say is that if we were to exercise and learn how to, as leaders, and I'm talking to now the young men who are coming into leadership positions or seeing themselves as a leader of something somewhere in the future, or are making principled stance now that could potentially catapult them into a leadership positions somewhere at some point in time. That understanding that power is a top-down tool to be most effective, as opposed to the reverse, meaning individual power really is not worth much, because individual power can be taken or broken. Top-down power, where you come up against a nation of people, you're going to have to kill everybody, or you're going to have to come to the table and negotiate. You just can't flex because you feel some kind of way. No. But you see, that's a different mind shift that we need to achieve. So I wanted to kind of put that out there today with regard to the young leaders who are, stepping up to the plate and exercising what they believe is their turn to carry the baton for the next 40, 50 years. And for however those of us who may have evaluated that Gen X and the latter part of the baby boomers have dropped the ball, if that is a summation, I'll accept that. It may not be a wrong assumption at all. But I think, there's an old saying, don't throw the baby out with the bathwater, that everything is not lost. You have to sift through. It's like if you ever pan for gold, right? When you pan for gold, there's different type of metals. There's copper, there is zinc sometimes. There's definitely silver and sometimes nickel, right? And there may be some other metals that are not really valuable, that's like packed in with the soil with the gold too. So you need a smelter who can separate the gold from the other metals that may not be profitable for you. So when you do that, there's a certain heat level you have to bring something to melt the gold, so that gold can rise and the other metal, which are heavier, can drop to the bottom, and then you can sift it. So what I'm saying is that there are brothers out here who I think can be of value, whether they're like Judge Joe Brown, whether they're judges, whether they're lawyers, whether they're other businessmen. And as those men begin to start to speak up, I think we should, as younger people, be mindful of the value that they may be able to offer. Now, there may be some who will speak up and will say some shit out of left field that got nothing to do with nothing. Or even like, you know what, you need to go in the corner and sit down because what you're saying makes no sense. And obviously, you can make those distinctions. Most of the young people I see today are very smart. So those distinctions can be understood. But I'm saying that there are some values that older Black men can offer just by our experience. And sometimes I would say, don't be so quick to cast it aside. That's one thing. I heard a YouTuber made a comment earlier this week, and I was surprised because the YouTuber is a pro-Black YouTuber. And I heard the YouTuber said to the Jewish people, and maybe to Adidas as well, that they better be careful, and I don't believe in telegraphing, never. And especially if you trained in any type of hand-to-hand combat, which is MMA, martial arts, or boxing, telegraphing is not a good move if you are combating with people, right? Because if people could read your telegraphing, they can avoid getting hit or limit the impact of the hit if they know what's coming. So I don't like sometimes when I hear people telegraph what they might do, right? That's almost like an idle threat. We shouldn't do that. As a negotiating tactics when it comes to power, never make idle threats. Because if ever an idle threat is called and you can't perform, any of your other threats will be valueless to those who you may threaten, right? And what I heard the YouTuber said was that they should be careful of, and this I guess to Nike and to Adidas, that they should be careful because these brothers who are, who have designed these sneakers, sportswear, and have made these contracts with these big renowned corporations, that if they're not careful, that some of these Black men may decide to step off and create their own distribution line and factory line so they don't have to deal with you at all. Now, the statement, I think, is a powerful statement. But I think to publicize it, if I'm a businessman and we are discussing or having some kind of realization that there are some people who, because they have so many of their own in positions of power, that it could be solely coincidence that they may do something to maintain their status of power. Okay. If you think that's random, that's up to you. I don't believe in random things. Coincidences, I don't believe in those either, right? The stars didn't align and there was a big explosion, and then planets starting to come out of that, stars starting to be created, and then people and life. Like, those things didn't just happen like that. Somebody made it happen, right? So what I'm saying is that we should not telegraph. Like, if that's something that someone is planning to do, people can cut you off at the pass. They have connections, they have influence, they have power too. They can make a phone call and say, you know what? This company is going to be talking to you next week. If you want to maintain our relationship and we have a $3 billion relationship, I don't think you should enter into that joint venture with that company at this time. Next week, you contact your people, you're setting up your distribution, and all of a sudden, we can't make the contract with you now because something have came up. We have other commitments. They give you some bullshit story. That's that. I think telegraphing your intentions is, unless, and this is the only way I would approve of it, and I'm going to get to it further in my talk, but I will insert it here. Unless the intention is to misdirect. It's really a cloak. It's like the other day, I may have spoke on it before, or I may not. I might have just recorded it as a note to myself to include in one of my conversations. But have anybody ever watched like Superman, the older ones of Superman? Nothing recent, but some of the older movies maybe of Superman. And Superman and Clark Kent. Now, we sitting on the outside that knows that, the understanding of what they're talking about, we would think to ourselves, wait a minute, Superman does not wear a mask. He's tall, very similar in height to Clark Kent. Black hair, very similar to Clark Kent. Facial structure, very similar to Clark Kent. What's the difference? Anyone can tell me what is the difference with the dynamic on how the creators of those two personalities in one person, how they created it, and the objective that they were looking to reach, which is by you, the normal person looking at these two men, you will never think they're one and the same. What is the tactic that they use to complete that thought process? If you think drop it in the chat. I'm going to be looking. Frustration isn't acute market awareness. That may be something, I guess, Edward Clark, I guess you're having a conversation somewhere else. I'm not sure if that pertained to something I just said or recently said. Okay. Brolick Sean, he said, men have to have their own house in order first. That is true. What is the house of men? Who can tell me that? And I'm pivoting off Brolick Sean's statement because it is a valuable statement. What is the house of men? Anyone? So I got two questions. Edward Clark said telegraphing. No, that's not the answer to the first. Okay. Charles Keys says Kent is an average person. You're onto it. That's part of it. But there's a tactic that's being used with that understanding that he's an average person. What is the tactic? That's what I'm trying to see if you can evaluate, right? And the second one is, what is the house? What is the house of men? Your house is your power base, right? It's the place where you have protection, and it's the place where you can launch anything you want to go and execute in the world. So your house must start with as your power base. What is the house of men? Or in this case, black men. Okay, Jay Spence says a wolf in sheep's clothing. Are you referring that to the first question? I'm assuming that. Again, you're onto it. But there is a word. There's a word that's tactical that implies that. What you're saying is very close. Okay. Jeff Yu says head of household, leading in your family and community. And I assume that is for the second question. I will say no to all of those. Head of household, understand. Head of household is a IRS rule designation for the filing of taxes. That's all. Leading your family, that's once you start to produce children, that is a responsibility. So whether you want to do it or you do it good or you don't do it bad, it doesn't really matter. No. The first thing I would say is your house is your understanding of one thing. Who are my people? Who do I belong to? A stray dog that has no master have no protection. A dog that have his home and have his master and have his surroundings, he's healthy, he's provided for, and he can do his job by protecting the property. So the first thing I think a man must have is You have to know who you are. You have to know the people you belong to, and you need to know who do you stand up for in times of crisis. And do you stand up for someone that just because you don't like them or you don't believe their perspective is something that you would have said or done? And because of that, that person is not, uh, that person should not or does not require any form of protection. Because one day, that person standing on the outside could be you. And then there may be another group of people say, well, we don't like what he said, so we're not going to protect him. See, when we understand protection is top down, it really doesn't matter what you did. Because in a country of laws, if the laws are executed in a more even-handed way, the laws will mete out the proper judgment. But we know the laws are not meted out in America and different places in the world in an even-handed way. The scales can be tipped in many ways. And sometimes there are disadvantages in the system to, doesn't matter who sits in the position, because the system is already tilted, even their own judgment without the intention to harm sometimes will harm, right? So how we see things, Jeff, you got it, thank you. How we see things as men is important. If we see things as individual, if I'm walking down the street as an individual and I see someone being attacked, I mind my business and I keep walking down the street. If I see myself as part of a whole, I will stand up and others will stand up for me at some other day, right? That's what we talk about karma, right? Karma goes forward, doesn't go backwards. Karma goes forward. Based on your report card today and what you did over the past 3 months, karma will meet you in the 4th month. I'm just giving you like a simple example to comprehend what I'm saying, right? So we have to know certain things so we can protect ourselves top down. You say something against the community, the nation, you get checked. If the least person among us is harmed, they have to be protected. You get checked. We can deal with whether he's crazy or whether he is medically a problem wrong or whether we just don't like him, right? He put his shoes on backwards. He put the left foot on the right foot. He wear white after September, Labor Day. Whatever it is that we don't like about that person, we should not leave that as a justification to let them be chewed up and spit out. Okay. Timothy, thanks for the compliment, and I appreciate it. This is a very touchy situation because some people say, and that's why I say, when I say that we as a people protect our people first, that we really need to understand that. Because then if we protect our people first, right, and we have that reputation that we stand up for each other first, when someone from another space, culture, or nationality or ethnicity come into our space, we don't have to be threatened by them. And I think sometimes that people may find her to be threatening. Maybe because of her success, maybe because of advantages she may have had because she comes from a family that has money and they can help her in maybe the advancing of setting up her studio and different things, right? That, all people have different advantages and disadvantages in life, some more than others, so forth and so on, right? But I will say this, that on the broad scheme of things, looking at both Black men in this space and Black women who have come into this space since I've been aware of it and observing it, and then later in the past 2 years in 2020, I made an active effort to just make commentary on different people's program And then I started to interact. Definitely for the past 2 years, I will say that in my observation, I try to see who are more effective in the execution of what they're doing, how powerful they are, and how various tactics that they may use help them succeed one over another. And I don't see the element of manipulation being applied by Pearl yet. I'm not saying it will never appear. I'm just saying that I haven't seen it yet. And I've made it perfectly clear, like how I think, right? I see manipulation as a tool. You can use it for bad and you can use it for good. All manipulation is not bad. Plain and simple. And the other thing that, for the other part of my question, I believe, let me see, where was I in that conversation? The other part of my question was, and how people execute certain things that they do. Misdirection is a tool that so many people use, who are in power. I see it like everywhere. Like people clamor and make a whole big noise about something. And then what you should be looking at, you don't even see it. And I still haven't seen the word yet in the two questions I've asked. But since I already touched on it, I will go ahead and bring it out. Misdirection. The misdirection with regard to Superman and Clark Kent is because Superman, in your mind, when you see, everybody makes a judgment and evaluate people, places, and things. People make an evaluation that Clark Kent is a bumbling idiot. He's trying to open up a jar, and Lois have to take the jar out of his hand, hit it, pop the vacuum. You know, a bottle or a can open when it's sealed, right? And give it back to him, and then he can open it. This big, strapping, 6-foot whatever guy, right? So what they do is that they play on the mind. So they present an image where this person is such a bumbling idiot and a fool. There is no way you can extrapolate and say Superman, who is quick in thinking, resolve problems quickly, try not to hurt or kill anyone in the execution of such a rescue or righting a wrong, powerful, dynamic, have a personality. You can't put those two things together. It doesn't make sense. In your mind, your calculation won't see it. And I think people who learn that skill well early, particularly in politics and business, when they execute it, the purpose of doing that is because what they're trying to do, they can't hide it. So because they can't hide it and they have to do it in your presence, they have to give you something else to look at as a distraction. And when you're caught up on that, you miss the very thing that was right in front of you. And that's why I do have a situation with the men who are coming up in leadership. I don't mean that I have anything to speak against them at present. But what I want to do is add some kind of cautionary comment. Check your emotions at the door, especially if you're an athlete or an actor, or if you have a profession where your skill is what you use to gain you money. You know your personal problems, leave it at the door. Don't take it with you when you come to work, right? I say leave your emotions at the door, because too often our emotions color our perspectives and our opinions, and we think later and act on our emotions now. And usually, in hindsight, we realize that our emotions were wrong. Like in the evaluation of Kyrie and Ye, for me, I would say I would call them like knights, right? Like in the olden days, knights used to joust. The art of jousting was to identify the weakness of an opponent, right? So they use words and things to provoke. But because they have an intention, we sometimes are getting distracted with the jouster and not what the jouster is trying to show you that's being revealed right in front of your eyes, right? Like there's a invisible cloak that's really not an invisible cloak, but because your awareness is not even in the vicinity, there's something happening right in front of you and you don't even know it. So those two men revealed, you know, what's going on behind the curtain. And it took like 2-3 weeks for people, black people and white people, to come to like, wait a minute, somebody's pulling a fast one. What's happening with these men is really not what's happening. There's something else happening. So what I'm saying with regard to the young men who are coming into leadership position, and even the old heads, like if you're an old head and you haven't mastered any form of manipulation, if you haven't mastered how to change the minds of others or have them think what you want them to think, if you haven't really like learned those skills well, I think the battle is coming up for black men seeking power. You need to sit down if you're an old dude and you don't know those skills, right? Because you take things at face value. I never, ever, never in my life have I taken, well, I shouldn't say that, right? Probably when I was young, before I really got to know myself as a man, I probably took things at face value. But that is so long ago, absent from me, that I could almost say practically never. Because things people say, there's always an intent behind it. Always. And if you're looking for it, well, if you're aware that it's even there, you probably will see it. If you're unaware that it even exists, you won't even know you're getting played. Mr. Sage, as a United States Marine vet, congratulations, Jay Spent. Appreciate your service, young man. We would call Clark Kent maintaining a low profile. It is why the only branch that you do not see wearing camouflage gear out in public is the Marines. Perfect. That's a form of misdirection. You are training a person's mind to think a certain way. So when you do what you intended to do and they see it, they don't make the connection. Because the mind will solve the problem for them. Like cancel culture. You know, I always used to think about cancel culture when I first when I first started to hear the term. And cancel culture is really, it's a masterful plan if you really look at it. Like I and my friends, we own so many corporations in the world, and particularly out of the United States. We have meetings every Thursday at this particular steakhouse on 3rd Avenue, New York City. And we talk about different things that is happening in our space and where they do business, right? The thing is that they have to keep an appearance that look a certain way. And if they actually wanted to accomplish something big, to be able to say they can affect not only leaders, but people who rise to certain economic success, people who may work from the grassroots up to maybe gain some political influence and may want to say things that can be detrimental. The best way to try probably execute something like that, where again, I'm going to make a reference, right? For those of you who know the biblical story of when Christ was brought to trial, the person that was in power at the time, upon examining Christ, the examination was per Roman law. And pertaining to that, they didn't find a crime. There was no crime committed. So Pontius Pilate, who was the governing regent at that time, he said what? Symbolically, or actually, I don't know if the practice was an actual practice or if it was a symbolic practice, but the intent is the same. I wash my hand for the guilt that is not on this man, but because the people who are in their emotions want to execute this man, I'll give the order of execution, but I got nothing to do with this. So today, that same tactic is performed, right? Or very similar, I should say, tactic is performed. So what if we can get Black women who are emotional, who already have some animus, some, not all, to Black men in general, and we embrace them with the idea that they have the ability to cancel people. But in actuality, we own all the businesses. We run all the businesses. We control who make money, when, where, and how much. And if we feel that we are threatened in any way, we can manipulate through the media the automated response of cancel culture to destroy anyone we choose from their community that may rise up and want to say some dumb shit. Dumb shit meaning he doesn't go along to get along, right? Because they know every so often, every 20 years, 25 years, 30 years, there's going to be a group of men who will start to express themselves. That's what young lions do, right? It's what young lions do. So how can we best check that? So we can wash our hands and not be racist or discriminatory. And we can allow their own people to cancel them. Then it's not our fault because y'all told us to cancel them. We did your bidding. We were only acting on what you said. How could we be the guilty one? Huh? So that's misdirection, right? That's a form of manipulation. To giving someone the appearance that they have power to execute things on your behalf, knowingly or unknowingly by those, for the sole purpose of you keeping your hands clean, and they can get the job done for you much quicker, much cleaner, and more effective. Hey guys, do I need to put my light on because the sun has gone down? The background does look a little grayish, hazy. If you guys need to think I should put the light on, give me a one or something to indicate that it's not as clear as you would like, and I would take a second and do that. If I'm good, then say that. Okay, Money Life Business say yes, Alpha and Money Life. Okay, so there are a few people who would like to improve. Give me a quick second, and I'm gonna dull the camera for a second and be right back. Okay. Okay, I'm back. Hopefully there's an improvement, but once the effect of the sun is fully down past my curtains, the room should be a little more brilliant. And if need be, I can step it up. But sometimes the heat be making my forehead shine. So I don't like that shiny forehead. So I don't always make it as bright as it potentially could go, right? So one of the things I want to, for us to really consider is understanding that when you're making moves and power moves, and for the young men in Black America, whether they're in business or otherwise, one, don't telegraph anything you plan on doing. Keep a very tight, close circle of people that you trust. Try and find either a good attorney or a team of good attorneys from different firms, not the same firm, right? Because I wouldn't say collusion, but too many people talk together in firms sometimes. So, you lose certain protections that one attorney can have over another attorney, right? And then specifically, if you have an objective, when you want to overthrow a country, or what the US do through the CIA when they want to overthrow a country, anyone know what's like the first thing they do before they even set boots on the ground, if they need to do that? What do you think is the first thing the CIA would do when they want to overthrow a country? Hey, Edward Clark, maybe one lens f-stop. My camera is not at the level where I can even set the f-stop. Actually, no, I stand corrected. I noticed on the recent update on Windows 11, they did give me access to some of those things. So I have to go back and see. The other day I had it on the grid so I can try to maintain myself more centered to the screen. So I put that on for a while to kind of like train myself to do what I'm supposed to do. So it becomes automatic. But yeah, I will take a look at the f-stop. And if you know what setting maybe I should set it on, it's an FHD 1080p camera. It's, I don't know if it's that dragon symbol, F dragon or something dragon. Anyway, it's not an expensive camera, but I will try to get some. I will improve on my my camera and other technologies as next year. So yes, definitely any tips that you can help me on that, I would implement it, because I'm not a good photographer in those things. What was I saying? There was a point I was started to make and I lost my train of thought. Anyone remember what I last said before I addressed Mr. Clark's comment on the camera? Assassinate leaders' character. Okay, perfect. That's what I was leading up to. What does the CIA does when they are trying to take over a country? Okay, assassinate a leader's character. Absolutely. How do they do that effectively? Anyone? They introduce religion to soften the hearts? No. That's missionary stuff. That's after the fact. Look at the books. Now, they know what the books are because more than likely you got it from them. They're the publishers. They introduce religion. They said, no one else? They create a disinformation campaign, and that could lead into the assassination of a person's character, or later the actual assassination of the person. Let's see. CIA, what is the first thing? Okay, maybe. Okay, David, I'm not sure if you were rephrasing the question for the audience in the chat. So if you were, absolutely appreciate it. What is the first thing the CIA does before they put boots on the ground? Someone said assassinate leadership character. How do they execute that? Disinformation. Usually they drop flyers for the citizens to create doubt in their leadership, to put out rumors about someone's character or behavior. So yes, assassinate their character. Make the ground ripe for a foreign invader, so there's equal amount of people who are so in dissent of the country's current leader that they would say, you know what, I will take anything other than this. And then they launch their program, right? So that is a form of disinformation. And disinformation can be a form of distraction or misdirecting your point of view, which leads to your assessment, your opinion, and even actionable steps that you might take in life. So if they can make all those calculations that you're considering to be wrong, you at least have at least 50% or more doubt in what you were thinking before was right. And if that's the case, you've now created the atmosphere on the ground where a foreign invader could come in and do horrendous things and destroying your country, because at the end, they're going to say it's, your leader's fault and we're just trying to fix the problem, right? So we have to understand that disinformation, manipulation, misdirection, all those things work in concert with establishing and maintaining power. And I had made two comments in my notes. I said, there are two main elements of power. One is the ability to deceive, which is misdirection. The other is to get others to do the hard work for you, which is the manipulation, to make person do an action. See, the deception is only to change one perspective, the reasoning in your mind. The manipulation is to cause you to take an active role in something that will actually, in the end, harm you, but you don't know it yet. You might not find out about it. You're probably 25 right now. You might not find out about it till you're 55. But then your generation has passed. You can't do nothing. You're powerless. You're a paper tiger. You're a guard dog with no teeth. You can't do nothing. So for me, what I would really like to see from the OGs, who, whether they're in this space or not, is to be slow to speak. Look for the manipulation behind what is being promoted. Ask the right questions so you can come to a better conclusion. So when you speak, you have more information that can lead to the potential right course of action, as opposed to being triggered by your emotions, running with the sheep, and then when everyone has been slaughtered, after the fact, you realize that that was a bad thing. For example, one of the things that I've been hearing recently that I really have an issue with, and this is where I think older men, Black men, who have the experience of knowing should be some of the first to speak out against this one particular thing. And I know I'm probably going to get some pushback for this, but I welcome it, right? Because my thoughts are sound, my information is accurate, and the conclusion that I've come to is without, I would say, I don't want to say without question, because anything can be questioned, but you won't find holes in it if you do question it. And what I'm talking about is the continued drumbeat of making Amazon and Jeff Bezos somehow culpable to suffer some pain, whether economically or by shame in the media, or that they may have to take some steps with regard to this whole hoopla that's going on. And I say this because I think that is a very dangerous thing to do. And I think black men, if you're a thinker and you are examiner of things, when things get rolled out in society, like a new tax, when a new tax is charged at the toll by 3 cents, 5 cents, 10 cents, whatever it is, it has a purpose. And when whatever was supposed to be fixed, repaired, or built, supposedly the tax accomplished its job and it's not supposed to be there anymore. But one thing governments don't do, they don't take tax away because tax is revenues, right? So once they can pass a tax, they never revert and remove that tax once the tax have accomplished its mission. And what I mean by saying that is that be careful for what you ask for, because you might just get it. And this is where I say that older men who have the ability to, one, have hindsight, and also who can do risk calculations for different things. And I think because I come from an industry where strategy and measuring market risk for client investment strategies was something that was normal for me, that it has translated into other parts of my life on how I evaluate things. If you get Amazon to suspend, limit, or remove Hebrews to Negroes, the book, and or books, I should say, because there are two, and or the documentary movie, that may have an instant gratification satisfaction. Like, yeah, we hand it to the big billionaire. We show him. No, you didn't show him. I think people don't realize, and one of the reasons why you have really not heard anything from Amazon as a company, or very limited, I should say, responses, because they understand the consequences of what people are doing. And they also understand that the whole dog pile on Kyrie and Ye was a totally different strategy to accomplish something else. Let me say that again. It was fabricated, the attack, or what they may consider the defense, right? The attack, because this wasn't a defense, it was an attack. The attack, the purpose was to complete something else, but it was false information being spread. It took a lot of people like 3 weeks to figure out that it was false information. So if the information is false, the reason behind what they said and why they were doing what they were doing, if that is false, which means then, for example, Kyrie, his persecution economically that's taken place was a fabrication. If that is a fabrication, then the punishment for Amazon would also be a fabrication by us. You know, that's one of those two wrong don't make a right situation. Very be careful. That is one of those two wrongs don't make a right situation that we, as black men who can influence in this media space, we need to be careful, because sometimes young people may not may not be aware of certain consequences of things. So they may say, yeah, Amazon need to be punished because they're making all this money, yada, 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 by selling this book and other things. You know what? You know the problem with that? Because in Germany in 1942, there were the burning of books, right? Once you start deplatforming books and movies, especially documentary type movies, That Pandora's box, once you open it, it's not going to stop there. It's not. And they are very hesitant to do that because they know the consequences of that. J Boss, unless that was just one of those humorous things that you were stating, I didn't expect you would make a comment like that. I'm talking about things that actually have the serious consequences from fallout. You know, one of the books that is probably most famous, sells the most almost every year, if not every year, but it's also one of the most controversial. Put in the chat what book I'm referencing. The most famous that probably outsell all books, yet is probably the most controversial. Okay, the first person was not sure how I pronounce this name. Did I? Okay, one second. Come on. Okay, now that's not the first person, but that is the correct answer. The first person is Ruxio Jonas, the Bible. Absolutely. You see, when you start banning one book, there's going to be a fallout. There will be a fallout because there will be a precedent. You know, when prayers were taken out of one school in the 60s, it fast led to the removal of prayers from the entire nation of America. There are people who are atheists that don't believe in the Bible. They don't even believe in God. So if you could come up with a way, see, one of the things we need to be careful of, because we are so influential in the way we move as a people, and because we have suffered so much over the centuries. See, if people can make something that they're suffering seem as though it's replicated or replicative of our suffering, they could use what they want to create a situation where they suffer and then benefit from said suffering, which, if there was a real investigation to check, no such suffering occurred. But if they can tie it to something that is real, that has already happened, that has been proven, now they have justification to be able to get it done. Once you start banning books off of a platform, a global platform such as Amazon, the book that get banned next might be your book. Then the Quran will be a book. Then there are other books of history that they may want to remove. This is a rabbit hole that you guys don't want to open, right? Because when they were going through that in Germany, so much was lost. And that's also a tactic that is used militarily, right? If you go back and you look at what happened at Alexandria when Ptolemy took over his empire that was given to him by his king. He was one of his 4 generals. When he went into Egypt in the Library of Alexandria, they did a review. They got people from different nationalities who can read these documents, whether they were Egyptian documents, whether they were Hebrew documents, whether they were Syrian documents, because in the Library of Alexandria, there were many documents from different kingdoms that were collected there. They came in and they took what they wanted and they burned the rest. All right. So they hold on to all the knowledge. And with that value, power, they can put out any information into ancient kingdoms and how everything may be reflected going forward. Right? So when you start burning books, it could be a treacherous thing. And I think as Black people, I'm yet to hear any of some of our leading commentators on YouTube and in other spaces, not necessarily the Black manosphere, but just as Black commentators who have a voice and who have reputation and who have somewhat level of fame, that they're not calculating beyond just what has appeared as the obvious. You have to realize that the thing that is the obvious most times is not the thing. Let me say that again. The thing that is the obvious most times is not the thing. And if they get you looking there and acting there, there's something else going on that you're going to totally miss. And by the time you know it, it'll be way too late. The power and the opportunity to have any effect to delay, slow, or stop, that window of opportunity has been missed. Can't get it back. Young men are unable to see those deceptions. Very few young men have that ability because in life, certain things just come by experience, meaning you have to live long enough to go through it. And it teaches you a certain awareness. So young men don't have that, but older men do. And I think older men should speak up in these spaces to bring attention to sometimes what someone who may have good intention in saying not fully understand the consequential fallout of executing something like that, right? Because law in the United States is really not used for judgment. It's used for the manipulation of wielding power, maintaining power, and using power to hurt those who would threaten you. You know, well, people use threats just, you know, as a smokescreen. Oh, I'm the victim. I'm hurt. Protect me. It's a camouflage. It's a way to disarm someone. It's like sending a woman up to an 8-year-old girl when she looks like she's having a bad day. She may be crying. She may look sad. She might be by herself. And the woman comes up to the girl, asks her, sweetheart, are you okay? Is everything all right? Talk to her, give her a candy. And next thing you know, a van pulls up, 2 men jump out, grab the kid, throw in the back of the van. Her situational awareness was distracted because her mother told her and her father told her, don't trust strangers. Don't take candy from strangers. And sometimes people's guard is lowered. Their protection, the things that would normally make them think, protect, it's been turned off. Women are excellent at disarming people because consciously, particularly in the minds of men, women are perceived as vulnerable, weak, unable to truly defend themselves in the world and sometimes against men, right? Because of that perception, people 9 times out of 10 overlook any threat from a woman, obvious or not so obvious. It's not considered to be threatening enough to require attention, which allow women to make moves that most men can never make. That's why women are masters of manipulation and misdirection, and they use it every day. And as a man, when you understand manipulation and misdirection, or how to get people to do things that are against their own better interests, and then to let them think that they're doing it that benefit themselves. When you have the ability to do that, you can create damage, right? You can create damage. See, if women don't have men to manipulate, they probably couldn't succeed and they couldn't thrive in the world, right? But once they have a man to manipulate, you know, the sky's the limit, depending on how powerful the man is. It's very similar to the Imi Udoko situation, right? People have made the statement that the person that he was in that affair with was a person who worked for him or worked on his staff, and she held a lower position of authority in that division where they may both have worked. On the surface, that is true. She holds a lower position. But in actuality, the person she is coupled with and have influence over has a greater position than him, than Omi Adoko. So if she tell her husband something, true or false, he has the power to change Omi Adoko's life and can hurt him. But people would just say, hey, it's the woman, she's a subordinate, it's the man, he's a superior, therefore he's guilty. I think that's something that we have to be aware of. And when we deal with issues with men and women, men in general, I think we should take a step back momentarily to evaluate whatever the controversy is, to be sure that we're not being played, that we're not being put into a position to have a perspective like, oh, that's it, I see it, it's right there in front of me. When in actuality, what you're looking at, there's something else coming right towards you and you don't even see it because you're looking that way. All your attention is someplace else. And most times, so often, we get played because we're emotional. For men, I'm not going to tell women to stop being emotional because that's like telling water not to run, right? Water runs, whether it flows in rivers, whether it flows in through the currents in oceans and seas, or whether it's coming down a mountain, water runs. That's what it does. It's natural to itself. So women are natural to themselves in how they deal with their emotions. And it's a power for them also. But for a man, we have to be very selective in how we allow. I'm not saying that you can't use emotions, because emotion is part of passion that can be very effective in communicating something that you want to impress upon the minds of others. But we need to be tactful. We need to get out of the mindset where we react to the protestations of others and not give it enough analytical, not like run it through the fact check, right? Your analytical mind, the fact check. Run it through your fact check analytical mind and see is there something more at hand, or is what in front of me is all that there is? And when you're dealing with power, nobody becomes a billionaire without stepping on toes. If you've ever ran a race or competed in anything in your life, you know the hard work that it takes to compete against people who are equally or superior to you in that skill, and for you to eventually overtake and beat them and stand at the top. It takes a lot. There's a mental training, it's a physical training in the body, it's overcoming even your instincts. I'm tired, pain, disappointment, frustration. You have to overcome all those things to get there. And then in business, you have to overcome people who are trying to undermine you, betray you, people who work for you and people who work with you. So all these things need to, you have to sift it so fast. Sometimes you have to make an answer in an instant. But you need to take a breath. So you have that instance before the instance that you react, you sift it through your analyzer. And you just don't give people what they want. Because 9 times out of 10, what they want is not what you want. And it's probably not good for you if they get what they want. Especially if they have not proven to be someone who have always been an advocate of for your benefit. If they have had stance that are different, which they're allowed to have as a people, anyone. But if their stance have been contrary, you should be mindful. You should question. And I find so often, I'm looking at some big guys on like Shannon Sharp. disappointed with that brother completely. I used to look at him and I said, yo, this brother is very analytical. I like how he comes to conclusion. I like the boldness in the way in which he speaks, which is in a form of authority and a strong individual as a black man, figuratively. But in a situation where his analytical mind was absence, I saw the foolery. I saw the foolishness, and it disappointed me. So I'm making a call to the OGs out there, especially if you have a platform. And you only qualify if you're 50 or over. So I guess Shannon Sharpe gets a pass, right? Because I'm really talking to if you're 50 years of age or older. So you have 5 decades behind you, you have some type of experience. You've either suffered your whole life, so you understand suffering and bad decision making, or you've been successful the majority of your life and the challenges it took you to be successful. You understand that and how to calculate things. Because in business, there's always risk versus reward. And there's an element of risk that must be taken to anything. And black men gaining respect in the United States and power, political or economical or just reputational, you have to make a stance. And in making a stance, people will challenge it. And when you challenge it, do you shake like a leaf and fall off the branch and go to the ground? Or do you hold steady like the trunk? And no matter what season, you're still standing. And I think if we have more men of those caliber and those respectable accomplishments, whatever their professional field may be, because sometimes people don't know, oh, Shannon Sharpe is 54? Well, he's included then. Thanks for the correction. Yo, I like the green gang, man. You guys are no joke. You're sharp. Thanks. Sometime we got to take a hit for the team. And what is the team? The team is the empowerment of black men that nobody could fuck with us. Nobody. And sometimes, if you're in the military, you definitely understanding that. Infantry going first, they're going to be slaughtered. Special forces coming in after. Like, strategy requires some form of goal with an intent to do something to the benefit of whoever is executing that, right? So if something is being executed against us and it's being shown in a certain light, we need to examine ourselves and see and say, what are they trying to tell us? And what is the intent behind what they're trying to tell us? What am I missing about this? What am I not seeing? I think one of the first things we should have been aware of, the men who are making so often comments, is when somebody says something and they say, well, did you read the book? Did you see the documentary? And the answer to both of those questions is no. That means somebody gave them a script and they're reading from the script. They don't know what they're talking about. They're just like Kwame, I think it's Kwame Brown, the basketball player, former, the get along gang. You're going along to get along. Whatever they tell you. Okay, hey, boss, okay, fresh off the press, this is what I need to say. You got it. Lights, camera, action. And they're going to say whatever the fuck they got to say. We have to be able to make distinctions as young black leaders. And when I say we, let me take myself out of that. Young black men who are becoming the new leading generation for black America have to be able to make the distinctions and make note who are people who stand up for the culture and who don't. Those who are willing to sacrifice another black man's life and those who don't. Make note of those men. Because there will be a day come of reckoning. And when that day comes, we need to pull out the rule book and say, okay, for the past 15 years, for the past 20 years, while you were getting rich at the expense of black people, this is what you have caused us to suffer. There's a price you will have to pay. See, we have to have a consequence for people who betray us. What that consequence will be, I don't know. Don't make it the death penalty, because we have a sense of making everything the death penalty, right? And our death penalty clause, I have a long conversation about that last week, and I would like to see others pick up on that and speak about it, is respect. If we can get whatever disagreement to come down to the word respect, at that point, we've got the pass. We have the ability to kill someone because respect must be answered. Because if you don't answer it, you don't have respect. Right? So respect must be answered. And when respect is answered, it can go all the way to the final. And the final is death. And those decisions are made split seconds sometimes. So I think it's something that's very important for us as Black men. I would like us to evaluate. Do we have to make everything? Does everything have to come down to this bare essence of respect? Because once we make that conclusion that it's respect, then reasonable judgment is going out the window, right? Because respect is an ego, it's personal perspective, it's somehow you disrespected me, or whatever it is. We can make a justification for respect. And once the argument of respect has been solidified, then the judgment is always a death penalty. So I think that's something we would like to pull back from. But more importantly, as I was speaking about young Black men leadership and what older Black men can offer, I think older Black men can offer guidance. Older Black men don't need to be in the front. No. Your time has passed. Al Sharpton, sit your ass down. To be honest. I would really like to see someone younger with reputation to come out of NOI as well. The problem is that they have killed every one of them that came out, right? So it's a delicate balance, right, for us as a people. But I mean, Mr. Farrakhan, as respected as he is, he's an older man. He's very old. I would like to see young leadership take hold over there as well. I would like to see the old guard who have not done a really good job. To be honest, the old guard done a fucked up job. If you take from the 60s to the 2000s, and if you want to include 2022, man, Black men dropped the ball like you would not believe. The ball fell, rolled off the court, went into the locker room, and jumped in the bin for next week's game. Like, the ball is not even on the court. We dropped the ball, hands down. I will grant that. But I think there is still value for some of us who do have contributions that we can add to the next leg of the movement. Sometimes things skip a generation, right? I apologize for the noise if you guys heard that. But sometimes things skip a generation, even in activism and even sometimes in family genes, right? Sometimes you will have a child that don't look like either of the parents, but look like the grandparents or auntie or uncle, right? And then the next generation of kids, your children have a kid look just like you. What? My kids look nothing like me, but my kids have kids that look exactly like me, right? So even in the genes, things skip a generation. And I think that's part of the strengthening of the genes, which I don't understand, so I'm not going to make any claims there. But I think there's a design to how you strengthen things, right? Structurally, when you cross structural elements, it reinforces them, right? So I think we as men, because we have not held the position of power for so long, we should not look at deceiving someone as a bad thing to get what it is that we're trying to accomplish. To misdirect someone so they don't know what our plans and our ideas and what we're looking to do until we are okay. It was seemed like it as emergency and emergency vehicles are passing by, so I muted for a second. But I think we really do have to use our role in the most beneficial way that we can. Some of us were not in the civil rights movement and the benefits of the civil rights and the I got my hand out to benefits from all the things. Some of us just put our head down and hey, there's a lane that's open. I'm taking it. I'm gone. They're going to work that lane, and they built and benefited from it. But I think now we're seeing a resurfacing of the conversation of Black people and Black power. You know, the 60s and the 70s, Black power was a big thing. It was a real thing. It got circumvented and it got overthrown. I think we are finding our footing and we're finding our way back. But I think we also have to be able to utilize hindsight in retrospect and how we move. And I think that's where the OG can offer hindsight retrospective to make sure the new generation don't fall into similar traps that affected us, that neutralize many of our ability, right? So I think that's something that's important as to where how Black men older and the young men who are taking position of leadership, whether it's in business, entrepreneurship, politics, and everything else you may want to bring to fore for discussion. I think that guys like Kyrie and Conway, they need to have advisors. They need to have men that are at least, if they're 40, 50% of their age difference. That would put that person at 60 at minimum. That they can counsel with on certain things. Doesn't mean the person is going to change their mind. It doesn't mean that the person will have a positive response to them, but they need to have some type of a reference point that predate their existence, that may know something that you don't know, and then they know how to act. And I think in general, as men, we need to put our emotions on check. We really need to just put our emotions on check. And then the final thing I would say is look for the okie doke, right? The okie doke is a punch that you didn't see coming that caught your ass. I've delivered some and I've received one or two, right? I mean, if you scrap a little bit, you're going to receive a couple. So I've received a couple myself and I've delivered some myself. So the okie doke, you can get caught out there. And I think we should be more mindful to understand that someone could possibly be trying to play the okie doke on us. But if we don't ask the question, we're not going to look to see if it's there. And if we don't look to see if it's there, we tend to always wind up holding the bag, not getting the bag, right? So with regard to anyone who is listening that would like to add some perspective, especially if you're an OG in the audience and or in the chat, and you want to either add something to what I said or give a different perspective, even if that is your perspective or way of seeing things or evaluating what I said. But I think Black men who are accomplished, who have value that they can add to the new Black leadership, and I say that because I really want to see the old Black leadership shut the hell up and get, sit your ass down and get off out of the public's eye. Because like Jesse Jackson, we haven't heard nothing from him in 20 years, right? Like, call up Jesse, find out where he's at, and go hang out with him. Get your ass out of the public's eye because you ain't helping us, right? The Black caucus, the Black Democratic caucus, y'all ain't helping us. Sit your ass down. What's the lady out there in California? The one that said that Black men will not be invited to the cookout? Like, she's what, 80 years old? Like, sit your ass down. We need to have Black men who can be guidance to the young leadership, but the young leadership have to take hold, because usually in any battle, you need the young. The young have the energy, quickness of mind, courage. Sometimes fool's courage. Sometimes fool's courage is necessary, because in spite of everything that you see, no logical person would do it. But fool's courage will do it. The cause is greater than the individual. So I think that is necessary. And, as I look throughout the different media spaces and Black people particularly who are represented in those spaces or are doing exceptionally well, I'm always making note and looking at the perspective that people have on how they address certain things. And as you guys notice, that Jason Whitlock is on the thumbnail. I'm not going to use the preface that I don't believe in everything that he's saying. Like, I would like to see us get away from things that we know as a general term that we have to keep saying. Like, everybody is not perfect, but then you say, I'm not perfect, you're not perfect. If we know everybody is not perfect, why do we have to keep using the disclaimer? Nobody never believed everything 100% of anyone, whether it's their stance. If you support them, enough of your evaluation of that person is positive, so you support them. Doesn't mean that you agree with 100%. And that is not a reality for anyone. Anyone who agrees with something 100% is probably a sycophant. He's kissing your ass. He has an objective and he wants something that you can give him. Usually. Or they're just a mindless person and they don't have the ability to think for themselves, right? But normal people, there are things you're going to like about someone's stance, and there are things that you're not going to like about their stance. But if their stance is positive enough when looking at everything, you can say, you know what? I can support that person. I can support that gal. I can support that guy. Ash, thank you. My man was listening and he was thinking. Maxine Waters, yes. Like, she's not helping the cause. But there needs to be someone who's capable of taking the chair, right? She wants to pass it down, right? Because when you transfer authorities of power, there's usually some compensation that is exchanged, right? Either sometimes the compensation is like cash, or sometimes the compensation is some form of benefit. And usually when it's not cash, the benefits have a much longer term function. Like if you're negotiating a contract, for those of you who are in tech and stuff like that, and if you're working at a startup, for the benefits that you will get beyond your salary that have compensatory value, take it in stock, take it in options. Obviously, make sure the executable option price is something that is comfortable with you, right? But take it in either stocks or options, because those things will multiply themselves in value quickly. Whereas the dollar, usually today's dollar value is greater than tomorrow's dollar value. And within the United States, we should know that if we understand the whole debt crisis that America is in, where it's north of $30 trillion in debt, right? That's a devaluation. That's like a stock that is $3 or $5. Let's use $5. A stock that is $5. They do what's called a forward split. They do 3 times forward split. So the stock goes from $5 to $15. So some people may look at that stock like they looked at it a week ago, it was $5, and then 2 weeks later they see it's $15. They may think something valuable happened with that stock. Nothing. There was a depreciation in actuality. As opposed to a stock that's trading at $300 and they do a reverse split and the stock goes down to $100. Now, for every share that you have of that $300 stock, once it goes to 100, you have 3 times the amount of shares that you hold. So if you had 1,000 shares at $300, you now have 3,000 shares at $100. So what really happened? Overall, the money is still valued the same. Once the price starts to go up, whatever that capital ownership that you have of that stock get multiplied by 3. Your value goes up. So That's just a little calculus that I use, and I try to help people to think through how to make valuations of things, right? And sometimes making a valuation, you need to make a decision quickly. And when you have to make a decision quickly, hopefully you got all the information. But I think we as men should be questioned. We should learn to question, especially Black people, because we have been deceived so often when we put our trust in others and we think their intentions are good-willed. And in actuality, uh, there was some type of either collusion or some type of misguided representation of someone or something. In the end, sometimes we suffer because when we find out what happened, if we knew that information before, we probably would not have made that choice, right? Or things would not have happened that way. So I think as a people, we need to question more. We can't just, even if the person who is making an accusation or something seem like a good, upright, standing person, it's still it still should say as you as a living being, man or woman, right? There's no distinction for that, and helping you to come to good decisions, right? I don't. I'm not going to say that uh, a man always will make a good decision and a woman will never make a good decision, because I've seen both, and I've seen both falter, right? But the entirety of what I'm trying to communicate is most people in the world are not Madame Teresa, right? Meaning that they normally will not sacrifice their lives for others. And when it comes to business, most people who are in business to make a profit. So if you're in business to make a profit 9 times out of 10, or 9 times 99999 times out of 10, a part of your decision will be the success of the business, which means there are times businesses will make decisions that are not always beneficial to everybody else, but just to the business. So I think it's important for us to always question that there's a motive there that you don't see and you want to source the motive. Assume that there is a motive always. The benefit of the doubt, that's a fool. That's the way fools think. Give trust where none is really where the person or persons or business have had a reputation of not being trustful, right? Because there are times when you can give trust up front, but you should have safeguards, right? You just don't give wild open trust without no protections, right? Because even the nicest person gets too much power, they may be tempted to just do something, right? I want to see. So they may do something and cause harm. So when people have power, they do things to empower themselves to maintain their power over long term. People don't give away power to others. Power is reluctantly, uh, what's the word I'm looking for? Seceded. People don't secede power. People take power, and more and more and more and more, if possible. That's why sometimes we will say people are drunk with power, right? Because power is intoxicating. Donald Trump made a statement where he can kill someone in the middle of Fifth Avenue and would not go to prison. That's a powerful statement. It comes from somewhere. It's not absent. It's not an idle, foolish statement. To some people who don't even understand power, they would think, he's crazy. He's just talking shit. He's an old man. He's rich, yada, 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 right? They can say things to, in their own mind, make that statement seem like it's valueless. But there's some people who can make that statement, do exactly what they said, and will suffer no actual consequences at all. Zero. And then there are others who don't do anything and suffer the most severe punishment that can be handed down.
So I think as a rule, black men, as you go forward, 2023 is right around the corner. We're coming up on the end of the year. Question everything. Question your friends. How do you prove if you have a real friend? Anyone knows? Do you have one test to test your friend? Who can tell me what is the test that they use to prove that a friend is really their friend? Especially when new people come into your life. Anyone wants to give us some ideas? How do you evaluate people of trust being around you? How do you prove them? Anyone want to drop a comment in the chat? How do you prove a friend? How do you know this person is more trusted over the other person, but they're both with you? They defend your honor behind your back. Well, you don't prove that. That's something that you may find out later. You don't always find those things out. How do you prove them to know in your evaluation that that person this is funny. A1 Alpha. That's funny. I like that. Good question. Yes, give me some answers to this good question. Action. That don't give me vague answers, man. Be specific. You're a man. Be decisive, whether right or wrong. Make a complete statement about something. Okay. Iceman 7 says a loyalty test. BZ formerly, let me snatch these guys and put it up so everyone can see, right? BZ formerly Baby Zaddy. The keeping of secrets. Explain that. That is a good one. But how do you do it? How do you prove someone can keep your secret? Test their loyalty. How do you do that? A person, let's see. A person that respects your barriers or respect your NO. I don't know what that means. NO, your something. Maybe it's an incomplete statement. But this one, I think, Mar D, I like this. I think this is the first way you can check to find out if someone is down with you. See if they respect your barriers. You know what? Your barriers is like your borders, right? The lines that you don't cross or the lines that you don't allow others to cross in some way. If they get offended and bitch a whole hell about your boundaries, that's a red flag. If they say, you know what, I respect you, you're my friend, and if you don't like that and I do that, I'll check myself and make sure I don't do that in your presence. And if it's something that harms me in other circles, thanks for letting me know, because I didn't know I was hurting myself everywhere I go. I can actually check this and correct it. See, communication is very helpful. And the thing with friends is that if you can't tell a friend something disagreeable or something that they may object to, why do you have them as a friend? Why do you have them as a friend? Because an enemy, you don't have to tell something you object to. They're already, you know your enemies, you keep them at a certain space. And if they say something or do something, you know that is an act, is a threat of some sort. It's not a doubt. How you respond to it is up to you. But you know already that the gloves were off because he's already your enemy. So most or anything that he does, he will probably be looking to disarm you, weaken you, challenge you, overthrow you. Enemies don't do things to uplift their enemies. It's just not strategically good sense, right? But all friends are not equal. So I like who it was that said, use a secret. One of the things on how you can use a secret, right? Especially if the person may know you for a little while, over a year or two, They know something about your family. They might know something about your work history. They may know something about your educational background. They may know something about your family. Mix the truth with sprinkled misinformation and then see who they tell. So, and you will know exactly who said what was said because you know the misinformation that you put there and you know who you told it to. So you have to devise plans on how to get unsolvable questions that you can't solve, but someone else can solve it for you, but you need an answer. And if you're a man that is wheeling hundreds of millions of dollars or billions of dollars, you need to know the close people in your circles, what are their intentions? People don't tell you their intentions. It's something that you have to find a way to fish it out of them in a way that they don't even know that you're going about fishing for that information. See, one of the things we don't do, we're not, man, we are not deceiving enough as a people. We think deceiving is wrong. It is not. Deceiving is a tactic. If you use the deception to hurt others, then the deception is wrong because you're using the information, the power that you get from it to hurt others. But deceiving as a general thing is not wrong. Kids do it all the time. If you've got young children like 3 or 4 years old, they're talking, they have their likes and dislikes, and they're expressing those to you, kids will deceive you every time. They will make up little stories. They will tell you what you need to hear to get what they want. And sometimes when you recognize it in your children, you laugh. You're like, I can't believe he did that. Like he was so smart or she was so smart, right? But that is an ability. Nurture it. Get good at it. You know, we talk about so many different forms of manipulations in these spaces, and we kind of label them as everything because it can have a negative result that is a bad thing. It's not everything that can have a negative result is a bad thing. They can also have a positive result. It depends on who's wielding it, whatever that thing is, right? Like you could have a gun. Somebody breaks into your house, 3 guys break into your house, it's you, your wife, and your child, 1-year-old baby. You go downstairs, you see flashlights flying around, you just, couch down and start dropping. Pow, pow, pow. 3 shots, 3 dead bodies. Police come, verify, you got cameras, this, that, and the other. Okay. Self-defense. Same gun. You going out, you're hanging out at the club. Somebody step on your shoe, get into an argument. Argument turned into you disrespecting me. Pow, pow, pow. You just dropped 3 guys. One of those actions was justifiable. One of those actions was ego-based, unjustifiable. You still killed 3 people. One had no real purpose at all. The other had a purpose. Same gun. The gun is not wicked. The gun is not bad, nor the gun is good. It's a tool, like a hammer and a nail, like a mic that I'm using and a camera that I'm using. It's a tool to communicate something or to execute something. Deceit is lying. Okay, let's deal with this. I'm not sure if you ever studied psychology. If you have, or if you're familiar with psychology, one of the first tenets that you learn in psychology is that there's no such thing as right and wrong. Is that true? Now, I'm not going to say I subscribe to that idea. What I'm saying is that it is something that is practiced at the highest levels in most societies. And if you think you are not being deceived by someone else, and you do not employ any deceit to combat their attack, then you can wage the moral argument after at some point that you have been taken advantage of, used, played. And when you found out that they used deception, and then you start holding up the morality card that you was honest, who's the fool? Who's going to listen to you? Nobody. Now, deceit. I want to deal with this, right? I would challenge you, BZ, and anyone else who may be ruminating with that thought, that it is important to really build your vocabulary, because it's not always that you actually have to deceive someone. You could just plant an idea and let their brain run with the story. You did not deceive them, but you may have planted an idea. They completed the story, because when you plant an idea, it's like a story, whether it's one word, two words, or a string of words, right? When that person that get the information completes the idea, they in fact will be completing the deceit part, and they will act upon that. When in actuality, you didn't really say that. You just implied something, right? Like the Jewish community implied that Kyrie was being anti-Semitic. Many Black people ran with the idea that Kyrie did say or do something that was anti-Semitic. And many people who have positions of influence spoke as though the book that was being referenced was anti-Semitic, and portrayed things that were anti-Semitic in the book. And because many did not know what was in the book or the documentary, they only went with what they were given. So that was a deceit, but it was implied. No actual real evidence was put up and say, this is what's in the book, this is what it said, and this is anti-Semitic. They didn't do that. They just said something, and then you run with the rest of it. You fill in the story, and then you call for his head. Like Pontius Pilate said, I washed my hands, I didn't do nothing. You call for his head, you take his head off. See, yes, deceit with the intent to manipulate, to hurt, and overcome. Sometimes, what do you do if you are how can I say, if you are locked up for a crime that you didn't commit, and the only way you potentially can get someone to hear you or to see your case is that you may have to deceive your lawyer in some way to get him or her, that lawyer, to do something that you need done, or a particular paper file, so you could get before a judge again. What do? You say, you know what? If I deceive my lawyer and he or she act upon this, I will have betrayed my beliefs. I am becoming a liar. But because I am in jail for someone who perpetrated a lie on me, I will not say anything, and I will just stay here and rot for the rest of my life in jail. See, that's some of those dilemmas when you try to use too many absolutes, right? So we have to be careful with that, because we tend to be over righteous as a people, right? We tend to do that. So be careful with that. Mardi, you're right, Lee. We have emotional, usually negative connotation to those words. Not only those words, many words, many words. I would really like to see us remove the whole ninja from our vocabulary, right? Because like the Jewish people, there is a word that begins with a K that is insultive for them. Like I would say the N word is insulting for us as a people, and particularly black men. They do not use the word themselves. They have not tried to empower that word to give it a negative, turn it from a negative uh, vibration that it carries in the world. They have not tried to neutralize and turn that word to be a positive word. They just say, no, the word insults us. We don't use it, and we will not permit anyone else to use it because that is a direct attack on us. See, if we was to be mindful of the things that actually harm us, we'd also take steps for our own community to stop doing the things that we do to each other that harms us, especially in the larger culture of things, right? Let me see here. Michael Richardson, Sage, most civilians do not know how to shoot a gun or the proper gun ethic. Well, I think, with the rights of the United States and gun ownership, if you do decide to get one, I'm talking about a citizen who is a productive person in society and you're not, living a criminal life. If you can afford to get a gun, a decent gun, and pay a reasonable price for it, you should at least get a membership to some type of a gun range and maybe sign up with an expert or a training school that can help you be better at using such a weapon that has the ability to take a life. So I would say that, Mike. But some of the things that I talk about have both proactive and defensive applications that we as a people can use by discernment, just by not people pulling the puppet strings of our minds and then make us act out things that are destructive to our own success that we don't even realize was destructive for us until 20 years later. And then the people who committed the act is now older. If they were 40, they're now 60, right? So they're older and they really can't do anything about what they did, or the time has passed. And we have to leave it up to another generation to come along and try to fix what happened in the past and make a way for the future for us to be stronger and more effective. So it's very important that we understand that manipulation is prevalent everywhere. It's like, I don't know, if you ever played that game when you was a kid called Punch Cars, like if you're with your friends, right? Whoever sees a Volkswagen Beetle, punch cars, whoever see it first, boom, boom, right? And when you do that, you tend to be realize like, God damn, there's a lot of these Volkswagen Beetles everywhere. So once your mind is focused on something, you'll be surprised how you see it everywhere. But if you're not aware that it exists or that it's being practiced, you never even see it because your mental calculus erase it, take it from before the part of your mind that does some type of final evaluation of things that cause you to act. It's not even in the calculus. And if it's not in the calculus, how are you going to look for something that you don't know is there? So I think we have to make certain assumptions. I would say make the assumptions that you're being manipulated. Make the assumption that there's a misdirection, possibly through misinformation or something that is being used, and then try to solve that. If you're totally unable to solve it and you get together with a group of other men, friends that you might have, whether on YouTube or in real life, and you guys talk about this issue and you examine it, and none of you could come up with the possibility that, yeah, I see what it is. Now I know what they're doing. If nobody come up with that and things look exactly like they are, I would say one of two things. Either if your friends are astute people and you trust their points of view and they come to the same conclusion you do, okay, fine. Maybe there's nothing there. But you at least ran the tests. Or talk to an OG if you know one. And if you don't know one, put it in a super chat and Sage Talk and I will address it. Right? So try to get opinions from others that you value, right? And make sure that you're at least making the right calculus. Because so often we don't make the right calculus, and it's catastrophic, the fallout that usually come. You know, when you have a guy like LeBron James siding against other black men, I mean, no one is expecting Kyrie Irving to be like Jesus, a perfect man that never made an error. But in the overall things, he seemed to be a conscientious young man. He deliberates well before he act, and then he act upon his convictions, and he's not easily swayed, even when pressure is applied. And I think we have to have the evaluation to who we see as strong, because not every person with a big mouth is strong. Sometimes the people with the biggest mouth are the punks. They're just good at distraction. They make themselves appear that they're strong. Like the puffer fish, right? If you're in the Caribbean, you know what the puffer fish is, right? It's a very poisonous fish, but Chinese people like it as a delicacy. But when it's under attack, it swells up to be like 4 or 5 times its size to scare off enemies. But in reality, it's a little fish. You can hold it in your hand, one hand. So I just think that so often we have been misguided and misled, and we are so overly trusting. I am not that way. I am not that way. You betray me once, that's all it takes. You're relegated. No. I do not allow people to manipulate me over and over and over. No. Because then you're the fool, right? If you have a bad relationship with a woman and then you break up with her and you go back with her again, you stay to another year and then you break up and you go back to her again, like you're a fool. But there are men that do that. And there are women that do that too. But the women that do it, they're doing it because their emotions are compelling enough in them that that's what make them do it. But you as a man, your emotions should not rule over your decision making to that extent. For you to go back and back and back, and then you wind up putting babies in someone that you already evaluate that is wouldn't be a good mother and wouldn't be a good wife. But then you breed with somebody like that. Those are responsibilities as black men we have to, 1, accept, and 2, teach so the future black men don't make those mistakes. So I think that's important. Yep, calibrate your perception. Mr. Awesome. I like the word awesome. Mr. Awesome as a person. Calibrate your perception. If you can, add another comment to give me what you mean by that, right? Let's see. One second. If that's the case, we're doomed. Okay. I'm assuming when you say if that's the case, we're doomed with regard to the word you mentioned about deceit and lie. And I think you also have to go back and look at the word misdirection and also manipulation, right? Misdirection usually is something that happens up here, right? To change a person's perspective. Manipulation usually is something that gets you to do something, right? So it helps you to come to a conclusion that without that influence, you probably wouldn't have came to that same conclusion. So that influence caused you to come to a conclusion and then do something that you would not have ordinarily done. And sometimes, or maybe even most times, you're actually shooting yourself in the foot because you wind up doing something that doesn't benefit you. Sage talk forever. Like the superhero. Reminds me of Eric July's new, what's the name of his superhero? Axum? Or I forgot the name of the guy. But this is another thing too. Like, the creative industry for Black people, male and female, like with technology today, it's wide open, bro. And because you don't need all the infrastructure to build, deliver, transport, and whatnot, the costs, the barrier of entry is low. So kudos to you, Simon Hectic. Sage talk forever. I appreciate it, but I hope one day I may say something that will piss you off and you will disagree with me from A to Z. If you will still make that same statement, then I will believe you. And you know why I said that? When I was on Wall Street, ISOM, yes, thank you, at Quell, AT Quell. ISOM, thank you. When I was on Wall Street, I had clients that there were days where they made a boatload of money. And they will sing my praises and talk to my boss and tell him how great I was. And like 2-3 days later, they lost money on a stock that I gave them or something. They be cussing my ass out. They will hang up. They won't even take my call. Sometimes for a whole day, they won't even take my call. Right. So I sometimes take statements that don't have a limited lifespan, and I kind of take them with a grain of salt. So when you say Sage Talk is my man, I'm down with that. That's cool. But Sage Talk forever, woo, one of these days I might fuck up and say something you don't like. So I hope when I do, you remember this, this comment. And that's another thing. I think as Black men, we have to learn how to disagree with one another and understand that I have a right to my opinion, I being whatever Black man. And sometimes my opinion can differ from yours. That could be because of the way I was raised, the environment I came from, how I dealt with my traumas and things that affected me negatively, or that individual. They may see it completely differently because of the lens in which they evaluate life. And it may take them years more to experience some other things for them to be able to say, I know what he meant now, right? Khalil Gibran. Is there anyone in here that have ever read any of Khalil Gibran's book? He's an Indian poet. When I was 12, I was reading Khalil Gibran. When I was 8, no, I guess 12 too. Because I think I read this book when I came to the US already, right? So I came to the US when I was 10. Like The Richest Man in Babylon, I read that as a young teenager before I was 13. But I was always a very mental kind of person. And I don't mean mental as depreciative mental, right? I think about things in a very high way. So I always read books by people that could inspire me in some way or another, right? Edward, you put me in a perplexing place right now, right? Somewhat like Simon Hectic and Sage Forever. You put me in a perplexing place. Number one, you said highly unlikely, which is a possibility, right? The odds are high, but not 100%. But then you say, I am too intelligent. That part I think is problematic because you know something my wife used to say? When my oldest son was 8, I used to have him. We used to read some parts of the New York Times together. Then I would go to the classifieds and the stock market section where the Amex, New York Stock Exchange, and NASDAQ stocks were listed. And I would show my sons what are the technology stocks, what are the blue chip stocks, what are on the NAC. And we didn't really do the Amex that much because it's not a big relevant market as it used to be, right? So those two markets, NASDAQ and NYSE. And I would teach my sons, and then I start telling him, I want you to read the New York Times every Sunday. I pay for the subscription to be delivered to his house. And I need for you, when you come over for the weekend, because I usually pick them up on Friday night or Saturday morning, before we go out and hang out and whatever plans I have for my kids for that weekend, we need to have a conversation. You need to tell me the 3 companies you chose that you think is going to be profitable. Why you thought that, or what in the news gave you that impression. You know what my wife said when she found out? She said, "You're going to break his brain." To me, that was the most ignorant thing. And that kind of like, but by then I was already in a process of getting a divorce, So that's when I realized, oh my God, I really chose the wrong woman, right? If she think something that I know and I'm passing it as a knowledge to my children, that thing is too difficult for my child to comprehend when he has my genes. So though this is a compliment to me, I don't subscribe to the idea that there are other men that are far more intelligent than me or have the ability, but they have never had maybe the support to express their thoughts and ideas, right? So that's cool. I appreciate it. It's a compliment. I take it well. But it's also a mindset sometimes that we underestimate each other. And I want to remove that cloak. We should not underestimate each other. We should push each other up. Like, instead of us trying to pull the guy that got out of the crab barrel back into the barrel, we should be the one. They should be standing on our shoulders to get out, and we should be pushing them up. And we're standing on someone else's shoulder, and he's pushing up, trying to get, for us, more of us to get out. But when we think limitedly of our own abilities, in essence, that statement applies to you too, in the larger scheme of things. I'm not sure if this is from a different conversation that I may have overlooked. Nice going, Nick. If you don't pay taxes, does it collect interest when the IRS come? I guess you've never had that experience. I will tell you. Yes, not only does it collect interest, but there are penalties that goes along with it. So they're duplicate, right? I had the formula once. I think it was 22 cents a day that I calculated down to. It could be more at this time, right? I don't know the changes that have occurred in the tax laws, but I believe it was 22 cents a day in my time when I checked that out. And that would have been for me. I think I had a tax issue with the government that I had to go before an auditor and go over my taxes. It might have been between 1986 and 1989, right? Somewhere in that period of time. So yes, interest is collected and penalties are collected. Remember, as a black man, when all thing fails to break you, the last resort is always your taxes. I saw a clip with Fat Joe not too long ago, and he was talking about how his accounting firm that he used to track his expenses, to file his tax return, and maybe even to pay some of his bills, people who have his data, right? Who he voluntarily turned over his data to for them to protect him. Like, these people were robbing him blind, bro. One lady was paying for her daughter to go to college, her tuition on, I think it's Fat Joe, on his dime. Like, you have to monitor the people that you put in place to protect you also. There was a time when the society had men of honor. And honor, like in the time of the Japanese, when they had the shoguns and the ronins and the samurai, their culture was all based on honor. They lived and died by honor. Money was the least thing in their value as a society in general, right? Today, most men don't live that way. Most men seek the opportunity when they can, whether through deception, coercion, or outright theft, will betray some of their strongest oath or friendships and even family, right? And this is another thing where living a long life, you see things that materialize in your own family. That's why sometimes people say, my friends is the family that I choose, and my family is my family that I had nothing to do with, right? Because sometimes the quality of some of your family members, your own personal experience, you can question. And then you may have friends that you selected out in the real world, and they have more integrity and they have more of your back, let's say, than maybe some friends you grew up with, and or particularly some family members that you were misled to believe that they actually had your best interest at heart. Mr. Awesome, again, thanks for the super chat, my brother. I cringed when other kids said, I know everything. I guess that means to you, right? Exactly. I know what you mean. Mr. Lee, if there was a book that contained every secret of the universe, would you read it? See, now these are the type of questions I like. I like black men that think this way. Without hesitation, I would say yes. See, one of the things, and I know some people have all kind of ideas about zodiac sign, but the zodiac sign have energies, and if you're familiar with them, you know how sometimes they can have effects, right? I'm a Sagittarius, and that's why I chose Sage as the name of my show. And because I consider myself, a wise man in some regard. I've studied a lot of things to learn a certain basis of knowledge. I don't pretend to know or profess to know the answers to everything, no. But sometimes I can at least ask the questions. All right. Somebody else might have the answer, but I can ask the question. But the key word in Sagittarius is to know. That's always been something about me that I know to be accurate. I've always sought out knowledge in many, many places. And I know as an Israelite, some of you had heard me say that, but then at other times you have heard me say, I have looked into the dark arts when I was young. And some people may say those two things don't go together. You're absolutely right, to a degree, right? Because why Adam fell in the first place was because he only knew good. The angels said he has to be tested. He has to know good and evil. If he's going to be a ruler and a man of power, and if he's going to be granted immortality and all these different things that the Bible says, he must experience both good and evil. Because if you are a judge and you issue out sentences of death or whatever, you must understand what those temptations are, right? So that's just a comment there. Let me see. Trust nobody. I run my own stuff. This is complicated, right? This is a lonely life. This is a lonely life. Danny G, I don't know how old you are. You could be a man my age, or you could be a 25 or 30. I would say maybe you don't have to depend on no one, right? If you're capable of, executing many things successfully on your own, because sometimes when you have to wait on others to implement projects or something, other people's lack of passion for the same things that you see may delay it, right? So you can't wait for other people. So I agree with that part. But trust nobody, that will probably be the loneliest person on the planet. If you have no confidant, if there's no one you can, There's always a day in a person's life where life has beaten them so bad that they just need to exhale, say something to someone. That's why sometimes people go to foreign countries and they say things about their private life with total strangers that they're never going to meet again because they just need to get it out. And maybe they don't trust no one, like you're saying. So a total stranger is the best person to say what you want to say because they don't know you. You will never see them again. So some people do that. But I will say that don't wait upon others to do things that are your ideas that you want to get yourself further ahead in life. There may be people that you need help from to execute certain things. So that's part of life. None of us can do everything by ourselves. But when you say trust no one, well, not no one, nobody. They're sort of the same word, but if you have had trust issues with other people, whether they're friends or family or even business associates, right? I would say, obviously, you have to have your guard up and be aware that the closest people next to you will more than likely, if possible, betray you because they have the inside info. So they're the ones that can really hurt you. Strangers can't hurt you unless they walk up to you with a gun and take what's there in front of their eyes. Jewelry, clothing, money, phone, whatever. Though that's limited what they can take and how much they can hurt you other than just taking your life. But people who know information about you and are close to you, they can hurt you significantly. So I understand when you say trust nobody. I would say be skeptical of everyone, but find people who you can trust. Let me say that again. Be skeptical of everyone, but find people who you can trust. Because if you have no one you have a confidence in, that's a lonely life. And it's a scary life. And the problem with that is that in the day of your weakest moment, you may reveal the things that you shouldn't reveal to the person you shouldn't reveal it to. So be careful. Okay. Same thing happened to Steve Harvey. What's the other brother? Wesley Snipes also. John Gotti. What's the guy from Chicago? The gangster. Capone. There's so many people that that had lived a life of crime in some way and profited, or committed crimes and profited. And they escaped the law from breaking the law that they did. But there was one thing they messed up. Somewhere, now they weren't cheating the government in taxes and all that they did, but they may have forgotten one thing. And understand that the IRS, because their arm is so long and their time is forever as long as the government exists, they don't have to act immediately when they discover the tax infringement, deficiency. They note the file and they let it go. 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, 5 years. Usually in the 5th year, you will get a letter. And if you don't really respond, 6 years, 7 years, 8 years. The 10-year mark is the sweet spot with the IRS, right? The 10-year mark is a sweet spot because the amount of penalties and interest that will have accumulated on, let's say, 100,000, it's going to be in the millions. If it's millions, forget about it. It's a number that you cannot pay. Where you're going to need good auditors, good attorneys, good CPAs to make a good argument to reduce the debt, right? And then if that debt is in a number that they can swallow, they'll say, okay, so you started out owing us 20 million. Now you owe us 80 million. We'll cut it down to 50 million. You pay that and your tax debt goes away, right? But and that's why I mean also misdirection, right? A part of misdirection is acting like you don't know. When you act like you don't know, people think you're dumb. It's a very good tactic. Like the IRS act like, I don't know, this fool didn't pay his taxes. And they just sit and wait. And you like, you know you didn't pay your taxes, right? And you're just sitting around doing other things, escaping not paying your taxes for multiple years and sometime a decade or even more. And you're acting like the government don't know because they haven't said anything to bring it to your attention that, A, they know. They're waiting. They're waiting until they see how much you make a year. Oh, he makes about 400,000 a year. Cool. He owes over 75,000 in taxes for the past 3 years. That's 225,000. Cool. We'll sit on this for the next 5 years. And when we attach a bill and send it to him, it's going to be a 4-5 million. Yeah. That'll get your attention. Then you will be spending money to get a good attorney to get your ass out of that shit, right? So I think sometimes we have to understand misdirection and people who can play dumb. It's part of tactics of life. Like if you ever lived going out into the wild and observed certain types of animals or use Animal Planet or Nat Geo to observe behaviors of nature, chameleons, for them to be able to eat, have to deceive other animals to think that there's something that they're not. That in this area, I look just like a tree. And if you step on me, I'm not really a tree, I'm going to eat you. So when you say deceit is lie, you know, you have to be careful when you use certain absolutes. Because we're a people that believe in righteousness so much that we use absolute terms, and not everything is an absolute term. And if you really want to get the understanding of that, read the scriptures in the New Testament, in the gospel, the 4 books, right? And you read Jesus Christ's interaction with those who contested with him and see how he responded. You want to learn about deception? You want to learn about misdirection? There's nobody better than Christ, bro. The master. Christ was debating with the powers of this world when he lived, and nobody could convict him in anything he said or did. And they tried. It teaches you how to analyze, how to think through complicated things, how to understand that not everything someone say, though it sounds nice, is really to your benefit. They said something nice because nice is a disarming tool. You drop your guard. Somebody is yelling and coming all up in your face. What do? You back up and, yo, where you going? What's up? You going to check him, or you on guard. But somebody who come at you nice, you're not going to notice. Your guard is down. You're looking for something else. While all along, they're sliding right up in there, right? BZ, you said it's sickening. What is sickening? The whole deceive and lie analogy. That's why I say reading more and challenge yourself in reading, right? Read things that, like I read books that usually don't have pictures, right? Because I could create the images in my head. I don't need somebody to put a picture in front of me. All right. Money, life, business, correct. Today is money over everything. Get to the bag. That is so true. I love and hate that statement. I have a dilemma with the term bag, right? But I actually went and incorporated a company where the initial is bag. And I'm hoping to maybe next year put some things into place that we can discuss that further. So that's for me a complicated issue, right? Because living in a time in which you are, but at the same time navigate it like you're in a different time. Complicated, right? Finding people who are trustworthy in a time when nobody can be trusted, problematic. not going after the bag because for whatever purpose, money is not your thing. For some people who would say that, or the appearance of how you may have to get the money is complicated, like tiptoe around your morals or ethics or something, whatever, right? It's not that you're doing anything illegal, but you may have to walk that tightrope a little bit, right? Whatever. Some people say, you know what? I don't want to be rich. I don't want a lot of money because I don't want to deal with that, right? And some people are right to make those steps for themselves. You know your character, you know your personalities, and you know what lines you are prepared to cross, willing to cross, or won't cross. Danny G, you say you're a Hebrew Israelite. Congratulations for the knowledge. Yo, the awakening, we're already well in advance of the awakening. So stopping it is not going to be easy. Well, it can't be stopped because the Most High said he already professed the end from the beginning. That's what makes him, that will make him, in comparison to the gods of other nations, superior. Because he said, I'm going to tell you what's going to happen to you before it happened to you. Matter of fact, before you were born, 3,000 years into the future. Then I'm going to leave you a book telling you that it's there. And then when you read the book and you find out all the information, you can say, holy shit. That's why I think some people find the Bible very scary, because if you were to really implement the mindset of the Bible, you become dangerously powerful for some people. I mean, we have the people who say they're Jews, and we see how powerful they have got with very little understanding of the book, but are able to use one aspect of it in exercising power, which is we do everything to protect the whole. And as long as we protect the whole, the singular is always covered, right? It's like if you get a family insurance policy, it covers you and the family. If you get an insurance policy for yourself, it only covers you, right? So we have to really look at, the dynamic and the power of different things. And the Bible definitely has a lot of power. It's a book of power. I mean, straight out the box, right? But there are many different ways those things can be acted upon and implemented. And even the Bible can be a dangerous book. I mean, look where it put us, right? It's a tool that was used to execute and get to an end. It uplifted one and it put the other at the bottom. So it's a tool, right? Okay, let's see. Who's this? Cordero C. Mr. Lee, I'm 35 from Texas. Thank you for your wisdom. We need more brothers like you. I prefer elders over OGs. Okay, perfect word. Matter of fact, in the Hebrew, the word elder means senate or senator, right? I prefer elder over OGs, but you are definitely one of them. Appreciate it. Salute and peace be to you, or peace be with you. If that's your little daughter right there, that is so cool. Thanks. Atwell. Exactly, Lee. Playing the victim for things that you can change and control and refuse to is leaving others in control of your ascension to power. Because when people compensate you, they will never give you, like if you ask me for a piece of pie, I have a apple pie, cherry pie, pecan pie, whatever your favorite, right? And you say, hey, can I have a piece of pie? I take and I cut a slice for myself and I give you the entire pie. Nobody does that. So if you're a victim and someone needs to compensate you, they will only give you enough to satisfy your qualms or your complaint. They will never give you what you need to make yourself independent and strong so you don't have to beg or ask. So really, when you make yourself the victim, you keep yourself in a position of not having the power. And you are really saying, I recognize that you are more powerful than me, so please help me. That's what we do when we do that, right? Mr. Awesome, again, I would argue that most men are actually wary when a nice tone is used to deliver information. Calls for more analysis. I would think it may be depending on who is presenting that, whatever that might be, right? Because yes, sometimes tonality can be, it's like music that soothes the savage beast. That's a form of distraction. It disarms you. It makes you not be suspicious. And then someone who have an ulterior motive can execute something, right? Absolutely. So there's so many things to be aware of. And as you get better at it, it's like when you train in martial arts, or if you train for any sport that you like and you're good at it, right? Muscle memory is really a part of the memory in terms of the mind, the subconscious mind, that like takes care of automated systems within the body. So you don't have to tell your heart to beat, right? Because if you forgot and you went to sleep, well, he might just shut off. So there are things that the body does that's automated, right? And when you train in a sport and you make your body where you have what's called muscle memory, automation within the system, that you don't have to think it through, you just can react based on the situation at present. When you train yourself how to think and analyze and deal with risk situations and calculations, that if someone is up to no good, that you're looking for, keywords or key things to spot, the analysis is fast. It's not like you have to sit there for a week trying to analyze every single thing. No. Most times, they're key references, they're key things that indicate certain things. And if you know what those words are, how they're projected in different environments, very quickly you could come to a conclusion about motive. And motive sometimes is very important. Okay, Danny G, the first people who wrote history are Hebrew Israelites, not Greek people. Well, I would say be careful with that, because there were history written long before the Israelite people were even made into a nation. Remember, as an Israelite, we came into captivity in Egypt. Egypt was existing at least 1,000 years before that, right? The kingdom of Nimrod Egypt came out of that, right? Like there are many dark nations that ruled and had power long before Israel was on the scene as a nation. So, but obviously, the histories and some of the things that we reference preceded the Greeks, absolutely. But everybody preceded the Greeks, right? The Greeks and these people were the last to come into rulership, if you check back in history of all the nations that have had power on the earth. So, yeah. I'll read off some of these comments. It's already almost going on 7 Central Time, which is my time. So around 7 o'clock, I'm starting to wind down. Or right before it, right? Edward Clark, Bible and ancient history equal understanding. I know what you mean, but there's another definition of understanding. It's in the book of Proverbs, I think, chapter 3. Check it out. Okay. Mr. Awesome again. Exactly, Mr. Lee. That's what I meant by calibrating your perception. It becomes automatic. Perfect. Absolutely. Yep. See, the mind, when you train it, is very efficient, bro. And the thing about the subconscious mind is that your eyes, like infrared and all these things, your eyes can see it. You just can't register it. But your subconscious brain do register it. Like people may do things in front of you that betrays your confidence, and you may not see it right away. Your eyes saw it. It picked it up. Your subconscious mind got it. When you sleep and you dream, especially if you're contemplating certain issues, the answers will come in your dream. Right? Not all dreams are just crazy things. Your dreams is part of the way your body download data, process it, and then give you a report. Because you're not trained in how to read the report, doesn't mean the information was never given, right? Let's see. Some people make it. BC making a long statement here. It says, Lee, forgive me. I tuned in late, but most brothers seek mentorship, but the OGs aren't always willing to mentor. That is true. I would accept that. That is true. What I would say is, with regard to mentoring, if there's an OG that you're aware of that is already doing that which the mentoring would benefit, those people are easy to offer their help because they're already living it. They're already doing it, right? But to convince an OG who may not have that mind of self-sacrifice, giving back, doing something with nothing in return, some people don't do that, and some OGs won't do that, right? So those men, you can't ask them to do that. Or if you ask them and they reject, accept it as it is, right? Not everyone is self-sacrificing. So be aware of that. And you can't hold that against a man. Well, you shouldn't, right? Not everybody is built for certain purposes. Okay, let me see where I was. Okay, the last sentence. These days, you have to pay to play, which I am not against, but not always in favor of. I like that comment. I would say the same, right? I'm not always in favor of pay to play, but there are times when it may be necessary, right? And especially when it comes to us as a people, we try to use the black card against each other. We shouldn't do that. Like, we should cancel the black card. I know it's a status thing, but we should cancel the black card. That means if a black person have a business and you walk into his business, if his business is not such that you negotiate the price that's posted is the price you should pay. Plain and simple. Do you catch my super chat, Mr. Lee? Hold on one second. I only saw one came through, and I believe it was, hold on. Give me a minute. I'm trying to scroll through, see if I see yours. I believe it was Mr. Awesome that I saw his super chat and I read it. Were you before Mr. Awesome? He was a $5 super chat. Were you before that or after? I try to keep my eyes out so I can give everyone, one, read their comment publicly. And if it's something that you were trying to ask me directly to get a response from, I usually try to respond. But I also want to give you the recognition, right? So I apologize. I don't see it. And I don't believe I have access to view all the super chat from what I have on the network. Maybe that can be added to me at some point so I can go back. But I apologize. I didn't see it. But if you just drop what you said in a comment in general, I'll still, recognize it and accredit it to you and maybe respond to it if it was something that I should have responded to. Let's see. DG, the first person. Okay, yeah, I read that. Danny G, so dope. This is live. This live is for highly intelligent people. This live is not for the weak mind. Well, I will agree with you. I am definitely not for the weak mind because I will put you in twists and knots. And I think that's what happened with me on. I don't know if you guys saw me on the lead attorney the other night, early in the week, right? And he was talking about the prize and is black men the prize. And he was so pissed at the end that he was like, you know what? If you had said that in the beginning, I would have, acquiesced and given you that. The thing is I understand how lawyers think, and lawyers kind of need some kind of absolute, how they build their logic. And I am a philosophical minded person. And I'm also tactical. Lee, good content. Michael Richardson for the $10 super chat. Thank you very much, sir. Appreciate it. I'm tactical. But usually, if I'm in a conversation with someone who I respect and agree with, I don't implement certain tactics just for the purpose that I can, right? I will engage the conversation. And sometimes I may push back on someone's proposition. Doesn't necessarily mean that I disagree, right? Sometimes there's fruit to be gained from purposeful discussion. I'm not disagreeable just because I have the right to have an opinion and I can have a dissenting opinion. No, I don't do that. But sometimes, like Kevin Samuels used to always say, when many times he would say, he wants the people who disagree with him to call in so he can make the point. Because in the revealing of the issue or the point, there's something that can be gained by the onlooker, right? And I think black men, all men in general, and when I say are the prize, meaning they have the potential to be the prize, right? Because the participation trophy ideology has been in the public sphere for so long, over 20 years now in the West or in the United States, some people actually think that just for showing up, you are supposed to be recognized. No, hell no. Showing up is just like half the battle. Now you get to participate. You get to prove your worth, right? But if you are a man that is a prize, you have accomplished very high accomplishments. You're not an average man. You're not just above the average man. You probably fall closer into near the elite of men, right? And I don't want to have it be discouraging that, because a woman may want a man that is considered a prize, that no man can really achieve that, right? But the conversation had to do with DJ Academics and his behavior and some things, him making the statement that he is the prize, right? And my conversation was that he may not have been the best representative in hindsight to be promoting that thought of a red pill ideology or idea. And when he pinned me down to express who potentially that is known, right? Speaking to someone from my personal life would not be beneficial because you could just say that's a subjective reference because nobody knows him or her, so they can't make an evaluation. So I gave him someone in this space that I thought is public enough that would support my perspective, which was Anton. And I think he probably wasn't really thinking at that moment, and he said he was tired. So I give him that, right? So I'm sure if I caught a show 2 or 3 hours earlier, he might have cornered me off at every pass, But I enjoy talking to a guy like TLA because he's a smart man. And I like verbal jujitsu in the mental acuity of black men. I think that is something that we should see more of, right? But if he had put 2 and 2 together when I said Anton, he would immediately know I'm talking about the top 5% of men or below, right? 5%, 3%, 1%, and minus 0 or minus 1%, whatever. Men that exceed and achieve things in life. It's like every woman is not a beautiful woman, but every woman do have a value. And they can't be discarded so easy because people who exceed has certain privileges. Beautiful women get privileges by society and men. Exceptional men who succeed and put themselves at the highest point, not necessarily have to be Mount Everest, but they're recognizable that they have outshined everybody else, that they are a prize. And when you are a prize, the power that you have of being the prize, when you choose a woman, everything of your reputation and wealth and accomplishment can transfer to her. People respect her because of you. She could be a nobody. People respect her because of you. But in the opposite way around, that doesn't happen. Perfect example, right? Jeff Bezos' ex-wife, she divorced him and took like 30-something billion dollars, right? She married a school teacher, a nobody. Now, here's a woman that have walked her life a good portion of her life, right? Maybe half or more, as Jeff Bezos' wife, in attending many places and got a certain level of respect. Now that she married this university school teacher or whatever, see, her status couldn't make him bigger than he is. When she went around her female friends that are married to other billionaires and they're at a gala, you know what they're saying at the table? Table 1, table 2, table 3? Why is she with him? That's what they're saying. Why? And maybe her closest friends, when they go to brunch, say, are you still married to this guy? What are you doing? Why are you with him? See, her social circle will never accept him because she do not add to his value. A woman's value does not translate to a man, but a man's value translates to women. That's why men who are the prize, even though he pursued the woman to be his wife, we are the prize for them because we make them what they're not. If I'm a multimillionaire or billionaire and I marry a chick that's attractive and she was working at a cafe as a waitress, as a customer service at a hotel concierge desk, when I marry her, everything that I built as a reputation for myself, when she enters a room, she is Mrs. Sage Talk Lee. And she will be given the same respect as people give me, because if they don't, that offense to her is an offense to me. And then there are consequences for that. So that's why I was trying to explain that two things can operate at the same time. Even though you are the pursuer and men go around the world accumulating things of value, and your wife is something of value, she's not the prize. Men who win trophies display their trophies. What make the trophy valuable? Who is the winner? A Michael Jordan ring, championship ring, is probably more value than other men championship ring. So even among champions, there's gradations, right? Danny, good afternoon. How are you?
I'm doing all right.
Okay,
I'm doing all right.
good.
I got to keep up the good work. You know, this is highly for people who have emotional intelligence, who have wisdom, who not highly emotional, who can control their mind, you know, can digest good information, you know what I mean? Those are good stuff. We need you should be on CNN. But well, I don't know. Yep,
I have not
talk like
been,
this, you know, that should be like we should that people have our mainstream media. We should have our great media, you know, just like CNN, big, where all black people share their knowledge and stuff like that, you know. But anyway, it is what it is. But we're doing
Appreciate
good.
it.
I have a good question for you. I got a good question for you.
Sure.
The question is we go to in America, relationship between men and women. I have a big, is my puzzle question. I don't understand. It could be men and women. Why, if you are with a man or a woman, both of us are considered cheaters anyway? Because both of us have multiple partners, and we've been doing it in a young age. A lot of us start at 12, men and women. And if we just want to settle with somebody, but if something happened, the same person that said, I love you, that I'm gonna go and divorce you, but in the divorce process, I must take away your money. I must hurt you. You so bad. You so bad. I'm gonna take half of your money. I'm gonna give you child support. I'm gonna payment. I'm gonna lie. I'm gonna say you raped me.
Okay,
You this.
Danny.
Okay, that is the question.
Narrow down the question so I can be as precise as possible with
why would
answer.
a woman so mad? Oh, if something happened, okay, you can live in peace. Okay, I'm living in peace. Why you gotta be so mad? But you didn't marry virgin. You sleep with multiple partners. In the Bible, ain't no man marry no woman if not virgin. That was the value.
True.
I don't get it.
In general, that's true. That is not 100% true, because
Please help me out.
there are stories of men who did not marry
Not
virgins,
marry
right?
virgins, right?
But that was
But
rare.
that was rare.
And
And
usually,
usually
that was used to, sometimes
sometimes
God will
God will
use a
use a
man
man
to
to
communicate
communicate
something that he
something that he
needs
needs
to
to
demonstrate
demonstrate
that the people
that the
can
people can
learn from.
learn from.
But the person
The
who is
person who
doing
is
the
doing
bringing the
bringing
message
the message
must be as
must be
genuine
as genuine
and have
and
the
have
passion
the passion
to
to
understand the message
understand the
he's
message
bringing.
he's bringing.
So, for
So,
example,
for example,
Hosea,
Hosea,
he was
he
married
was
to
married to
a woman that
woman
would
that
be a
would be a
prostitute.
prostitute.
The reason
The
God
reason
gave
God
him
gave him
a prostitute as his wife is because the betrayal
betrayal
that a
that a
prostitute
prostitute
or a woman of
or
the
woman of the
streets
streets
will do to the
to
man
the man
will cause him
will
pain.
cause him pain.
She won't be
She
loyal.
won't be loyal.
She will sleep with
She will
different
sleep with
men.
different men.
She will
She
embarrass
will
you in
embarrass
public.
you in public.
Things of that
Things
nature.
of that nature.
He needs to
We need to
understand that
understand that
because his
because his
mission was to
mission was to
teach
teach
how the
how the
Israelites,
Israelites,
who God said,
God say,
the Israelite people,
Israelite
you're
people,
my
you're
wife.
my wife.
I'm your
I'm your
husband.
husband.
When you
When
take
you
another
take
God
another God
and worship that God,
that God,
it's like
it's like
you, my
you,
wife,
my wife,
sleeping with
sleeping
another
with
man.
another man.
So for
So for
Hosea to
Hosea to
understand that
understand that
message,
message,
the Most High
the
gave
Most
him
High
a
gave him
whore.
a whore.
Right?
Right? So,
Anything else?
anything else?
Well, with
No,
regard
no,
to
I want you to
one
tell me
moment.
exactly. I'm sorry. I want you to tell me
Okay.
exactly
Sure.
why a woman is so mad to the point they can break the car window. They can break the car window. I hate you, da 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 da. But I cannot leave him in peace. If this is what you wanna do, I talk with you. You do it. You're sleeping with multiple partners. I have monogamy contract with you. I leave you in peace. But why I must hurt you? You must be put. Like society put law. The men need to be punished, but the woman was not married. I mean, if we really looking at this, the word of marriage is purity. Purity. I reserve myself purity. Maybe I should have married young, but I wait. But you split with 10, 15, 20 dude. One guy marry you, thank God. And if that doesn't work, we say this guy is bad and society need to punish him. And some guy even commit suicide. But that woman sleep with so many men since years of 12. This is my problem is, what is going on? What is going on in America?
What I would say is that if you grow up over a long period of time where your mistakes are never called out and you're never you're not called to take accountability or responsibility for things that you had a direct hand in causing. Because of that, and no one called you to task on that, when you get into a marriage and things doesn't work out, and even if it's your fault, because you have never taken responsibility, you have to make sure the other person is viewed as the guilty party. And if they are the guilty party, you are the innocent party. So you are looked up as you survived. This person was terrible. Some people spread rumors, which are lies and different things. To bolster, see, one of the things we do as Black people, we think if one black person get to any high position, that displaces another black person's opportunity to get there too. So that creates, in the way we deal with life is that only one can be there. We don't come from the cultural philosophy of the more the better, the more powerful we are. No, we come from there should only be me. And with that idea, when a woman is no longer in love with you and she moves on, she have to make
She
you look
have to
like the
make you
bad
look like
guy,
the bad guy
because in black
because in
people's
black
mind,
people's mind,
one person is the good guy and one
Right.
person is the bad guy.
one person is the
And because the women
good
never do
guy
anything
and one person
wrong,
is the bad guy.
then
And
the
because the women never
the
do
man
anything
is the
wrong,
bad guy.
then the
So
man
she
is the
needs to
bad
make
guy.
sure
So she
everybody
needs
in
to
the
make sure
family, the
everybody in the
kids,
family,
and whoever you know,
kids,
and
and
they
whoever
know
you know,
that you're the
and
bad
they
guy.
know
Even if you're
that
not,
you're the bad guy.
they have
Even
to
if
put
you're
that
not,
picture out there
they have to put that picture out there
because they have been the victim all their life.
I'm
because they have been the victim all their life.
would you see that as a form of brainwashing? Would you see that as a form of brainwashing, like culturally speaking? Because if you look at total of the world, I mean, amen, 8,000 years ago, amen have multiple wives. You know, things were hard. I mean, men did so much. I mean, to get to this point until 1970, I mean, you know, create the world. We were from no clothes to now we got car and stuff like that. I mean,
Sure.
men should be praised. You know, should be praised. I mean, a society with less men is a great danger. Another kingdom, a powerful country can step up and put you in slavery and get you on your knees, and you lose your power.
True.
So
Absolutely.
we need men. I mean, why would you know what I mean? I mean, just
Well,
the hate, the hate you bad, and then it could be that guy that take that woman and spend money. This woman was nothing at all. You spend money, you send her to school, you do all that, but because you sleep with somebody else, if something happened, I'm not gonna argue with you. I don't want to talk to you. Then I'm not gonna give you no more sex no more. I'm gonna punish you. But it's like the men have no option. The only option is that I'm with you. Something happen, or if I'm mad and I make the marriage sexless and you suffering is like you like a feminine man suffering. You trying to you don't want to lose your money. This is crazy.
well,
Well,
I would say
I would say
this, right?
say this, right?
Can you mute because I'm getting a feedback,
sorry.
right? Yeah. And someone just brought it to my attention. I did hear it. I wasn't sure if it was just coming on my headset or if it was the audience was picking it up, right? So BZ, thanks for the super chat, $2. Lee, tell Danny to mute up on YouTube. Yeah. So it was just to try to eliminate the feedback that they were hearing as well. You know, sometimes, how can I say, when, as men, the things that we tolerate, when that behavior or situation is not healthy, can become the very thing that like destroys us, right? You know, part of the behavior that our women have is because as men, we have sat quietly to allow it. And so I think this space now, men are grabbing, you know, their cojones, as the Italians would say, right? And they're taking the risk because nothing really worth achieving, you can get it without taking a risk. There have to be, you know, you learn in financial services, you learn that very quickly, right? There's a risk reward ratio, and the higher the risk, the greater the reward. But some risk fall into what you would call speculation. And in speculation, sometimes you can lose all that you invest too, because speculation has, there's nothing you can look at on paper that will say that your speculation in that particular company will succeed. But the speculation may be because of the science or the technology of what that company is participating in. Other companies in the industry, if you look at it, have been successful. So this new company, you might speculate and say, if the technology that they have and what they're doing in time will become functional in society, the evaluations will be there, and then the revenues will come. That's a speculation. It's long term, but the stock might be $1. You might have $10,000 and you buy 10,000 shares and you sit on it. All right. So that's a risky, but you can lose the $10,000 or you can gain in multiples more if that stock go up. Right. So the thing is that if you sit by idly and allow certain bad behavior to continue over a long period of time, bad behavior become normalized, and normalized behavior like taxes, it never goes down, right? Taxes never go down, they go up. And that's why the old saying, familiarity breeds contempt, right? What that means is that people who know you take advantage of you. And if you don't check it when they do it, it will continue, and they think it's normal for them to do that. So it's important that, and especially among friends, right? If you can't, and I was having the conversation earlier about how do you prove a friend? Do you have any strategies to prove male friends? I'm not even talking about females, male friends, people that you will trust. Trust is something that grows over time by experience, right, with the person. But on the general surface matter, especially if you're rich, you're famous, you're a YouTuber, you're making, $1 million a year or $1 million a month, I don't know, right? But you're doing extremely well. And you're coming into contact with new people, and you're making decisions for business, and you're aligning yourself in certain ways because of people's talent and abilities, right? But also, they're going to be close to you. They're going to have access to a certain level of data that if they wanted to misuse, they can. So as you open up as a business and a person to let other people get into your closer circle, at some point, and if you're 18, you won't think about it. But if you're 35, you should be thinking about it. How do I prove the people around me to see if they're really trustworthy? You try them. The scripture says, prove your friends. Most friends are only with you for good times. If you're making money and you're spending money, you're going to parties and you're doing VIP and you bring everybody in and there's a lot of chicks, you're going to have a lot of friends, right? Apparent friends. But when times get difficult, when you're in the wind of the challenge of a situation like a Kyrie, he has so many basketball friends. One person may stand up for him and nobody else. See, and you need to be able to get that assessment some time ago in the past, before that challenging situation presents itself in the public. And as men, not just black men, but as men, we have to learn how to discern things that are unknown to us so we can know it, so we can make good judgment. Misdirection and manipulation will get you the answers you need. You're not trying to hurt anyone. You're trying to help you make better decisions. Simple. Yeah. If you want to add something, sure, go right ahead.
I mean, I just want to ask one last question before I leave because I'm at work. One last question is, what do you think? I would love to hear on this. What do you think? First, do you think black men have option in America? Second, what do you think of the movement of black men traveling abroad and finding you a wife, a feminine?
Okay, when you say option in America,
that what do black men have option in America in terms of like you want a good woman, feminine, I mean friendly woman who don't talk, argue that you know what I mean? Just yeah, like a good woman who follow your program, who not messed up your finance, but help give you that peace. And that would that be possible in America? Do men have option? You know what I mean? Or should they go overseas? Or what do you think if they go overseas and stuff like that? That's my last question. Thank you.
Sure. Yeah. Sure. All right. Mute up. Yeah. Okay. The first part of the question, do black men have options in America as it pertains to relationships and finding a good woman to be a wife? I understand that correctly, right? Okay. The short answer is yes. The long part of that answer is have you ever tried to find a proverbial needle in a haystack? Right? It's there. When you're looking for it, you're probably not going to find it. But if you go at the top of the hay on that, storage where they have like something where you can sit down and hide out, if you're a kid, if you jump into the stack of hay, that needle is going to find your ass and stick the shit out of you. So there are ways to find that woman. But you have to have deceptive ways to eliminate the other women, especially if you're a man that most women will find attractive, how to get through those other women before you can find the one that is more right for you. So you have to develop tactics to do that, like in everything that you're trying to achieve, right? But you also have to realize that there are things that glitter that can attract your eyes. A woman with a big booty is something that attracts black men's eyes. You have to not fall weak to your own foibles, right? And that's why I have always say, as a young man, by the time you're 12, 13 years old, when that white stuff could come out of your body, you should either be in some kind of a sports program, if you don't have your father in the house, or if you have uncles and older brothers, they can assist you. You should be learning tactical way of thinking, because you have to be able to break down thoughts, ideas, suggestions, influential things that can cause you to make decisions that can destroy or help your life. And the sooner, like people talk about economics, we should learn economics early in school. Yes, I think we should understand numbers better, because I listen to a lot of people and they screw numbers up all the time. They mess up millions from billions. Like they make those calculations and they say it wrong. And if you say it wrong, it's important because there's a calculus in your mind that is not giving you the right value based on the words that are coming out of your mouth. And we need to be more accurate about things. So I would think from the time, like if you're a parent, from the time your child is about 4 or 5 years old, you should teach them tactical thinking. And if you have more than one child, it's easier to practice it because you can have the kids play roles. And you can teach it to your female, well, your female children do it automatically, right? The females of any species are tactical because their survival does not require strength. Their survival require moving the thing that is strong to help them. So women in general are tactical automatically. If you have a female daughter, by the time she's 3 or 4 years old, most men will say, my daughter have me wrapped around her finger. She's your little princess. She will do anything for her. But by the time she's 7, she totally have control over her father. Some children, right? Now, if their father is a military man and he thinks a certain way, he will tell his daughter, don't do that. When she's being overly manipulative, he will correct her and tell her not to do that, right? Because he will recognize it. So I think it's important that we understand certain devices that we have. There are tools to help us be better in choosing our friends and the people we relate with, how we deal in business. Be aware that nothing in your surrounding is accidental, especially when it comes to money, banking, insurance, buying property. Like in the 70s, if you bought a house, for your house to double in value, it would take 30 years. In the 90s, going into 2000, that same house can double in less than a year. And in the time we're living in now, people are buying houses and they're doubling in the flip. So the way money is being multiplied and value is being inflated, they're taking a value from a future time and they're using it now. So when Republicans talk about the debt that they're leaving to their children, that's what they're talking about, right? They're taking a value that the house was going to be worth 10 years from now, inflating it so that value is here now, and then people are flipping it. That type of inflated value will have a consequence at some point, right? If you like not skiing, what's the term? Surfboarding. Some of the best surfboarders, they ride the wave right at the crescent of the wave as the wave come in. But there's a part where The wave is here and then it just drops. That's the point where you can get hurt. You could break your legs. Anything can happen. So you have to know how to ride that wave down to get out of the danger part of when that wave just dropped. Right. So, and that's something we have to learn when it comes to the way we approach life. We don't have a very long-term look at life. We don't see the value that we have in one another. The Black life, to me, is something that is very low in value compared to what we contribute to the society. If we were a stock, we would be an undervalued stock, as opposed to a stock that is oversold, right? Those are two terms that many people don't understand. If something is oversold, it means that too many people bought it and think the value is as it is. And they're likely to be holding the bag when the value really comes out. When the earnings report come out and they said that they were going to earn $1.50 and then they earn 90 cents. Stock is going down. A stock that is undervalued, that stock, people don't think the price is what it is. So very few people don't buy it. But smart investors say that stock is undervalued. The earnings per share ratio is lower than the standard for its industry or sector or whatever, right? Whether it's pharmaceuticals, biotech, technology, AI, cryptocurrency, digital currency, whatever it is, if the technology is not being recognized yet by either institutionals, traders, major houses that does recommendations, it hasn't like crossed the threshold where the big people that have money, which is institutions, pensions and things like that, that would invest in it, they have not been alerted to it yet. So they're not buying it. If you find that opportunity and you invest in it, when everybody else find out, it's going to shoot up, right? And Black people, I think we are that stock. Our price is low, but our value is great. And too many people don't recognize that yet. But the people who do recognize it, they not only take advantage of it and profit from it, but they always do things in their marketing media to keep in the minds of others that the value is low. That's why one Black person could say to another Black person that you ain't nobody. Who do you think you are? You're not as smart as you think you are. Yada, 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 yada. But then they'll take an ex-drug dealer who is a rapper and still have one foot in both worlds, and because he's got $10 million, will think his opinion matters when he doesn't know shit about jack. That's the simplicity is sometimes in the way we evaluate things. We equate money as the absolute when it comes to value in things. And that pose potential problems, you know, and we could see it in our society that we tend to make bad judgments all the time. And then later we tend to recognize it after the fact. How can we make the good judgment before we make the bad judgment? So we don't have the consequences to deal with later, which are usually, you know, it's exponentially more difficult for us as a people when we suffer setbacks, right? Anything else? Danny? Danny, you're still there? I think you may have frozen, Danny. So I hope you were able to hear the rest of my comment. Okay, it looks like you're back. You froze for a little bit. Did I answer your question as best as possible? Did you get an answer out of that?
Yes, you did, but I'm gonna leave. But I'm gonna watch you under the live. Thank you for taking me with the second part of the question. You did a great job. Thank you very much. A lot of enlightenment. Thank you. The last part of the question is, what do you think of Black men, some Black men going overseas and looking for what you love to hear inside this? Thank you very much.
For making sure I picked that up. Yeah. I don't think Black man, first of all, Black men shouldn't be limited to anything. And people who try to limit Black men and try to use fear and embarrassment or some other form of tactic to limit the judgment of what Black men are doing because you may disagree, I think we shouldn't do that, because limiting when we limit other black men, there's a day when someone is going to limit you. Be careful of the net that you cast, because sometimes what come back in the net harms you more than it helps you. So we shouldn't, I think SYSBM, as men traveling the world, I think that is a positive thing. I think net will more than likely have a positive result in the next 10 years, right? Because it won't only broaden our outlook on the world for potentially finding a woman overseas to have a relationship with, but you'll see that the world is bigger than that, and there are so much investment opportunities, right? It's like when I worked on Wall Street, the term for countries such as, the countries some of the men are going to were emerging markets, right? Emerging markets is a banking term that they use for investing in countries that are less infrastructural development, right? So this is what the rich corporations are doing. They are investing in those countries and making money in the billions. But then we have one black man who's never left his community telling you about something that's happening in another country that they know nothing about. So when I hear that kind of talk, I just laugh. I sit back and I think as men, we have to reason through the things, right? I don't claim to have the answers to everyone or everything. And even if I had the answers, sometimes I will not venture to speak the answers. Sometimes you have to arrive at it. And it's important because the journey teaches you something. And it's the lesson, not so much the answer, right? Okay. Thanks, Danny. Appreciate it. Obviously, I'm here all the time, every Sunday. So I look forward for your support. And whether you come up on the panel or not, not a problem. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And I hope everybody's learning from this debate. Thank you very much. I will be watching under the live. I'm out. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thanks a lot. Have a good one.
Take care.
Detroit. What's that? Siggy?
Good evening, young man. How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you, sir?
It's unfortunate how much influence politicians and media have on manipulating one's mind.
Yes. Talk to me.
Unfortunately, one bad cop, all bad cops. One looting and rioting black man, all looting and rioting black men.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So this is the picture that is painted for segregated America. Okay? And the Democrats...
And where does the segregation live?
In every suburb, city, village, and community in America.
It's there too. That's where it's materialized. Where does it live? Where does that segregation take housing residents?
The suburbs.
Here.
I mean,
look at me. Look at me here. The segregation, what you see in the society, lives here.
Well, that's the they've been segregating Jews and Muslims for 2,000 years over literature.
Well,
I mean,
I may put a little pushback on that. See, one of the things about the Muslims is that they wage war to change the mind of those who are not there, who are not invested in being of their doctrine. It was by force. Christianity did the same thing. So neither one is without guilt in that area, right? So, when you forcefully make someone follow you, there will be some form of rebellion and there will be some distastefulness to that. So we have to kind of keep certain things in mind, right? Because we're looking at the good things they do today. But 600 years ago, there were a lot of other things that they did to gain the respect that they now have, where they can do good things, or at least the impressions of good things.
Right.
And I'm not trying to label anyone one way or the other, but I'm just saying, by me knowing some history, we have to take into account also how you got to the destination where you are today.
Where it's never going to happen. There's always been, There's always going to be divide, right? There's always conflict. Unfortunately, it's always going to be a white cop showing violence on a black man. You'll never see an Asian cop performing violence on a Puerto Rican because that doesn't cover anything.
You know what?
Right?
I wouldn't go so far to say that, because sometimes just because we don't see something doesn't mean it doesn't happen, right?
Well, no, that's my point. I mean, if you go to Detroit or Chicago, the majority of the cops are African American. They shoot people all the time. But you're not going to listen. The media and the politicians are real clever at dividing Americans. Period. There's no coming together.
Well, the thing is, I wouldn't say just. Well, yeah, you did say American, so that's the entire nation. And you're right. Yes, they are very clever at doing that. But I think the American people need to come out of the bubble of their that idea of we're superior to everybody else.
Listen,
mindset.
Every nationality on the planet wants to come to the United States for a better life. Yet the African Americans are still suppressed, bro. Still.
No, I know that. I'm aware of that. But what I'm saying too is that the people who come here for a better life, you know what they know coming in the door? That
poverty.
The morality of America is not the life that they want. They're hoping that they could come, get their money, bill, go back to their country, and take it easy. For those who want to return, right? For those who want to return.
Traditional foreigners who've done that in the 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, who've come here have accomplished that.
Right. Absolutely.
Right?
Absolutely.
They have accomplished that.
Yeah.
So let's salute them and applaud them. Because again, every nationality on the planet wants to come here. Yet they're not complaining, bro. The Mexicans ain't complaining. They want to come here. The Indian population ain't complaining. Where I'm living at is the second largest Somali population in the country. They ain't complaining. Why is it always black folks complaining, bro?
Well, I would say two things. One, because
look, listen. Yeah. Again, the Democrats are real clever at what they do. The worst thing that ever happened to the black man in America is 1967, the Welfare Reform Act. Okay, that took the black man right out the family photo and gave the black woman a reason to have children, not to work, to have all the subsidies. Listen, the SNAP program has done excessive damage to the African American in America. Heart disease, high blood pressure, diabetes, supplemental nutritional assistance program. Young man, are you familiar with that?
I am familiar with that.
That is the reason the life expectancy of a black man is 67 years old. Mm-hmm. Okay, let's cut all the games, bro.
Well, I think one of the things that we have to, 1 second, let's have a dialogue, Detroit.
Absolutely.
One of the things that I think we have to be responsible for is that all of these situations that occurred to us with the exception, and I would say the war on drugs and the laws that came of a result of that, the Welfare Act of 1967 and some of the other acts that came along for the security bed to protect the vulnerable in our society, we chose to use those things as benefits. We chose to hold on to them long term. I've heard many black women say that this is a stepping stone, and then 15 years later, they're still on the welfare program. A stepping stone is a year or two, maybe 3 years. 10 years is not a stepping stone. You got a freaking mountain going on over there. You got a cave. You just laid this is your life. When you do something for 10 years, if you had a career, you could be an expert. You're muted. I'm unable to hear you. Yeah.
Can
Go ahead.
you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I'm sorry. I'm going to be extremely blunt.
Sure.
Unfortunately, African American have children not to raise a family, young man.
I'm not disputing what you're saying, but you're giving me the result that we see. What I'm saying is that we were giving an option to choose certain things, and we chose it to the benefit of one part of our society to hurt another part of our society, because there was a certain theory being proposed, and even in our Black community, that allowed our women to make a choice that they felt they would be more empowered, not being aligned with the men of their people. That was a choice that we had, because we were not sophisticated enough to realize that we can use this option to benefit ourselves, give us a leg up in society without hurting each other.
Right.
But we chose to hurt one another, because let me tell you something. The Jewish people, if you go downtown Brooklyn, DeKalb Avenue in Fulton, I'm not sure if it's still there, but that used to be a main location for help assistance to people in Brooklyn. That was the main office. There were maybe satellite offices, but that was the main office. You go up in that office, there's nothing but small hats. Not working there, getting the services.
Right.
So there are people who were able to say, I'm going to use the system to better my family and my community, with not saying that I'm going to throw a portion of my community to the dogs and the hell with them. I got mine, you get yours. That was a decision Black people made. However, they maybe cornered or maneuvered to come to that conclusion. It didn't take us long to come to the conclusion that it wasn't benefiting us as a whole, but we decided to continue it long term. And now it is generational. So the problem with that is it's not going to fix itself. It's going to take a crisis to cut it. You know, sometime amputation has to be made. You got gangrene, you got to cut the damn thing before it hit the knees, or your whole leg is gone.
Yeah. I think the subsidies in our country has been detrimental to the African American community.
Yes, but what politician, non-Black politician, that would ever come out and say that?
Nobody's going to say that, because it's a fact. And
see, the thing is when someone who is in government, who have made a pledge with regard to the Constitution and holds a position of authority and power, when they make such a claim, it has to be substantiated.
Well, I'll give you a claim, and this is a fact.
What is that?
Okay, during COVID in 2020, do you know how many abortions there were?
Okay, just be careful how you drop certain things, because I know that COVID thing is still maybe an issue with YouTube. So I don't know, but give me the number. Those are things that I do read up on to be aware of. So, drop it on me. Okay, Detroit, I'm not sure if you lost internet connection, but if that was the case, you can come back up. I did not drop you, right? Just so you know. All right, cool.
Okay, I apologize. Okay, this is from the CDC. In 2020, there were 930,000 abortions documented.
In the United States.
In the United States, those were documented.
Okay.
Okay. 60% were African American babies. Okay.
Now, let me ask you, when you say during COVID, were you saying that the vaccine may have been contributory to those things, or that was just a decision that women made as a whole, and Black women as 60% of that whole?
I think they were a little higher than normal, but these numbers are pretty consistent year to year.
Okay, cool. Yes, that I would agree with you about. Yes.
Right.
And again, that's what I'm saying, is that the selling of an idea is very important. And about a month ago, I did a show, and at the beginning of the show, I had three basic words, right? There were several words that I had, but there were three main things that I wanted for us to keep in mind. It was thought, inspiration, and idea. And the power of the word what if, because if is a very powerful word. It gets you to think outside the box. It gets you to look at possibilities, not what is current.
Yeah, I think reverse psychology is happens day to day within politicians in our government, right? What's pro-choice and pro-life mean? So the psychology is these racist Republicans are trying to save these 600,000 African American babies that get aborted every year. Does that make sense?
If someone could make an argument like that, and
right,
someone could find that argument to be of value to them and they can market it, there's always someone who is not intelligent enough to how to process information that would probably say that makes sense. But we know it doesn't make sense.
Right. I mean, let's get serious. And that's the thing. We are just so easily manipulated. Yes. You know, listen, Santa Claus is going to be coming down the chimney here in a few weeks.
And a lot of black people are going to go out and spend a lot of money to give credit to a theoretical being.
Thank you. Thank you. And the kids, unfortunately, these kids are going to be waiting on this character with milk and cookies until they fall asleep. Right? And what comes next, young man, after Santa, when you get a little bit older?
Tell me, because I haven't practiced a lot of those old cultural persuasive, self-destroying cultural persuasive behaviors. That's what I call it. Someone had said something about brainwashing earlier. I try not to use the word brainwashing because I think how we interpret it is not accurate. The washing of one's brain is to remove something that is not desired. The programming of one's brain is to put something that is not beneficial to the person you're putting it in. So when I say brainwash, I'm thinking of the person who removed the thing that was there that wasn't supposed to be there, that did not help you.
Yeah.
So I have a different perspective on that, right?
Well, you know, I don't believe in that fairy tale figure.
What is the next figure you're about to tell me? Yeah, you were asking me who is the next figure after Santa Claus?
Well, you know, Jesus turned water into wine. Moses split the Red Sea. So you know, what are you absorbing? What are you believing in? You know, what are we serious?
Okay.
You know,
one thing I would say, right? Let me ask you this. Do you believe creation is an accident or a deliberate decision designed and constructed? What is your thoughts?
Accident.
Well, you're the kind of man to believe in coincidences. I don't believe in coincidence. I don't think anything is an accident. That's my.
You know, I don't want to. I don't know how.
Well, the thing is, it's like water. Water encompasses 7 times the space on this planet than the land.
Right.
What is preventing the water from just washing over all the land and just burying the earth as a sea-bearing landmass?
Right. Well, I mean,
there are boundaries put into water so they don't cross its boundaries. Like there are boundaries put into the stars and the planets so they don't collide.
Yeah.
There's technology that built the Pyramid of Giza that engineers cannot decipher to this day in terms of how the blocks, which weighed 20,000 pounds, which there was no crane to this day, that one crane can carry 20,000 tons, right? So that one brick was joined together with another brick or stone that is that big that you can't put a knife's blade, and there's no mortar. So there are forms of technology and knowledge that we have yet to come to the realization that may have existed before us, and that's ego and pride.
Are you a native of New York?
Yes.
Okay. Are you familiar with this name? Mohammed Atta.
I've heard the name. He was the guy that was convicted, I think, for something to do with 9/11.
He was supposedly one of the hijackers.
Right.
They found his passport unscathed on the New York City streets after everything was said and done. Do you find that awkward?
Well, I think the real question is for you, because you're the one that says you believe in coincidences. You believe that an explosion happened and then everything just appeared and worked perfectly. See, asking me that question, I will tell you absolutely not, because someone that was orchestrated to happen.
Okay, I'll give you a
I worked in Wall Street when that happened.
I'll give you
building number 7 collapsed and there was no fire.
Imagine that. I'll give you a better one.
Let me see if I can he probably is a flat earther. You know, guys, with regard to the whole flat earth thing, like I heard they tried to discredit Kyrie Irving by coming up with something he may have said at some point about the flat earth. But you have to realize, during the Renaissance period, when white people was coming out of power in the dark, coming into power again in the Dark Ages, after Rome had fell, the western part of Rome had fell, they believed that the earth was flat. They promoted that idea. So let's not act as though that is a new ideology, right? And just because someone say that, don't make them a fool. It may just mean the information that they have presented to them may be convincing enough for them to embrace that idea. And something may change their mind at some future date, right? Like, for example, I do not believe that America never went to the moon. I do not believe that. Because you know what they say? They say a smartphone have more technology in it that existed in the time we put a man on the moon. They said that. The problem that I have with the idea by understanding physics is that when they land that thing that's supposed to be the 2 men could come out and go on and walk around the moon, there was no jet propulsion capable of lifting a craft off the moon planet back into space, back into the gravitational circuits that they need to go around, come out, and shoot back to Earth. I'm sure somebody will say something about it at one point, but they already confessed it anyway. They confessed it in the movie Capricorn 1, right? But somebody may come out with documents later to show that it wasn't true, but it helped the argument of America being a superior nation at that time. The technology didn't exist. America is a conquering country. Every place America conquered and took a military force or something to, they never left. If they went to the moon, they would not have left. They would be on the moon still. They never been there. It was a good misdirection, and everybody fell for it. It's just like what they did in WMD several years ago with Iraq. They used persuasive evidence and the reputation of people who are well respected to paint a false image, and then acted upon that as though it was facts. And then later, the truth came out, but by then, it's the past. See, one of the reasons America pulled itself out of the World Court was because they wanted to call America to the carpet on that very crime. They pull out and they said, nope. But Biden have made representations that Putin should be dragged to the World Court for human abuses and I forgot the actual word that's used with regard to Ukraine and how they're trying to destroy the Ukrainian people, right? So the thing is that America doesn't want to be a member of the World Court. So if you're not a member of the World Court, you should not be able to bring someone to the World Court. Only members. Because America have issues that they have to deal with at the World Court. And one of those issues, one of these days, will be Black people in America and what was done to us. That's going to come up in the world court one day. America is not ready for that. Because to pay reparations, a crime must have created and has to be verifiable. And the beautiful things about America, because they're capitalist minded, they keep a record of every fucking thing. You know, it's like, you know, in the legal world, they have possessions as 9/10 of the law, right? If I stole something and I sold it to Detroit, if he got caught with it, he's got the crime on his head. They're gonna tell him, give up your accomplice and tell them who else participated, right? But he's gonna get charged with that crime.
Receiving stolen property.
Absolutely.
Hey, Larry Silver. Yeah.
We are the descendants of the property that was stolen. The fact that we're still here is the guilt. There. They can't get away from that.
Our enemies have never been foreign. Always domestic, right? Yeah, there was no weapons of mass destruction. Yet the contractors are real busy rebuilding Afghanistan and Iraq right now, aren't they?
Absolutely. And
imagine who got all those contracts. Come on. Are we that gullible? Are we that gullible?
Yes, a lot of people are, because they're bought into the ideology that Americans can do no wrong. And even some black people, when they refer to the passport bros and the countries where they go, they talk about the people in those places like they were animals.
Yeah.
Like they're so happy to be saved by a black man with a blue passport. Like, you really need to get out of the world where you are in that bubble in America and realize that there are levels of comfort that even the most poverty inflicted country have a level of sophistication and wealth, right? Because in every place where there's poverty, if there's money to be made, you will find wealthy people there. Like in Honduras, you will find many Middle Eastern people in positions of power here.
Yes, there's no ambition to solve our epidemic with opiate overdoses and fentanyl overdoses. That is absolute job security for all Americans. A lot of Americans, right?
What is job security? Say again.
These overdoses with the fentanyl situation in America.
Oh,
That's absolute.
What did you say it is?
A job security.
For who?
Well, let's start off with the dispatcher who gets the initial phone call. EMS shows up. They need Narcan. He gets transported to the hospital where nurses are at. Maybe he passes away. Guess what? The casket makers ain't complaining. The funeral home ain't complaining about these overdoses, right? The cemeteries ain't complaining about these overdoses. And then you tell me where job security comes into play.
Well, because someone can profit from a plight doesn't necessarily mean that it's job security per se, right? I look at it in a little differently, and I'll give you my perspective. Give me a second, but there are a couple of chats that I'd like to.
I might. Please forgive me. I'm in a bad area, and I've been buffering.
Yeah, I saw that.
It seems like you and I have a lot in common, and I salute what you're doing. Thank you for your platform, and it's unfortunate that most Americans need to get woke, right?
Well, you know what? Maybe we should come up with a better word, because that woke word really have destructive elements to it, especially those who employ the understanding and the philosophy that goes behind being woke, right? A lot of times, like, woke culture created cancel culture, and when we look at who is actually doing the canceling, it's not the people that have no power, but the people that have no power is pushed up in the front to pretend like they're actually the cancelers. Black women who have issues against different things in politics and black men, they don't cancel anyone. They just stir up enough dirt that the people who have the ability to cancel, which can cut off your contracts, cut you off from your job, block you from other business ventures.
Right.
They're the ones executing the canceling in the background, but it's the people with the big mouth talking about the canceling. So what you do is you point them out. Okay, we don't like him. Okay, ladies, point him out.
Yeah.
Make a lot of noise. And when you do that, we'll go ahead and do the work for you in the background. Say that you
Right.
want him canceled. Be sure to utter the words. So we're doing your bidding. So I
Right.
think sometimes we got to understand how the manipulation work. And so many people don't really understood it, because at first when I heard that term canceling, I said, no way. There's no
Right.
way a group of women can cancel a billionaire.
Can we?
They
Can we?
Yeah.
That's perfect segue to what I'm about to say with Kanye and reverse psychology. Maybe he wanted out of these contracts, right? And that was a great way to get out of a contract to, take the path
Well,
that he took.
I will say this, right? I would like to think that that was deliberate. I'm not going to say it's not. If it was deliberate, I would say that would be a move after my own heart. Because if I was advising someone like that, I would have him play on the sensibilities of those who have a heavy hand in the way they solve problems. And I think if you know someone is sensitive and you touch him in the place where he's sensitive and he starts crying like he's been persecuted, those people can be manipulated. And if you know their buttons, you can push it. And I think if Black people, particularly Black men, understand manipulation and things of that nature well and how to use it, we can use it to our benefit, because there are people who cry wolf all the time. And people who like to cry wolf, if you touch them and they yell wolf, you could get them to overplay their hand, right? Especially when they don't think you know what you're doing, or that you're that sophisticated to be able to play a double entendre move on someone where you're literally a double agent within and without. They don't know if you're coming or going. So if he is capable of doing that, and he did do that, I tip my hat to him, and I tip my hat to many young black leaders. That's why the name of my show today is, one, recognizing that young black leaders, that is the wave of the future. And two, that there are older men, OGs, who have value that they can contribute to the new leadership of young black men. Because the old guard, hang it up. You guys are done. You haven't done anything to build the black community, our image, our wealth, our economy, our infrastructure, nothing. We own shit. We own less now than when we got out of slavery in the early 1900s. So with all the praises that you may want to offer yourself, I would say, show me the proof. And if you can't show me the proof, other than talk, I don't go for it.
You're a breath of fresh air, man. I salute you, because you're speaking the truth. And what's so good about it is you're African American, right?
Appreciate
And
that.
that's hard. That's hard. People, that's a hard pill to swallow these days, is the truth, right? In the suburbs, these African American children are different than the children in the urban areas, only for one reason, because there's a father there, right? There's a father home, and when there's a father there, there's structure, right?
Absolutely.
There's discipline, and we're lacking a lot of that in urban America, and it's bad.
It is. And I think the black male space is trying to address a multi-pronged beast that have its tentacles all over us, and we're trying to, cut them down to size one by one, or at the same time. Sometimes there are many things that we're trying to attack simultaneously in this space as black men, to be able to exercise leadership and power, to recapture our community and be the leaders and directors of where our community go, 30 years from now.
It's there, and you're right. Well, where is Oprah? Where is Kanye in Chicago? Where's Barack and Michelle Obama? Because last year there were 1,100 homicides in Chicago, and that's the most gun-strict city and state in America. But nobody brings that up, right? Where's Jesse Jackson at?
Jesse Jackson, I would think, is retired by now. He should stay exactly where he is.
No, he's not retired. He's ambulance chasing some white cop shooting a black man in a different city. That's what he's doing.
I never see him on the news. Sharpton is the one that I see on the news. Jesse Jackson is not public anymore, and he
Well,
hasn't been public for a while.
He's there.
Well, you know what? I don't expect a man who have made his life by in the public's eye. Some people don't walk away from that shine quickly. You know, that's why there's makeup. That's why there's reconstructive facial surgery. That's why there's boob jobs and butt jobs and lip jobs, because people try to stay as long as possible in the glory days, whether you're a woman or a man. So I'm not going to hold everything that a person might do to profit. But I think when what you're doing is no longer beneficial, I think, guys like myself, and I consider myself an OG, that I would say to the generations that are of my age and older, sit your ass down. The younger people need to take the reign now. Yeah. If you have something valuable that you can assist them with, like how you fucked up and you didn't do anything to benefit us, you can tell us where you went wrong. You can tell us the strategies that they use to coerce you and make you bend over.
Yeah.
That's how you can help us. But in terms of speaking out, shut your mouth, sit down. We don't want to hear from you because you haven't helped us.
Here's an OG that's coming out the woodwork, but he's not allowed in the States anymore. He is the founder of Def Jam. His name is Russell Simmons.
I'm familiar with Russell.
And Russell's got some serious allegations that he needs to confront, and that's why he's not in the States anymore.
I've heard that, right?
It's
unfortunate sometimes. There are many different legal situations that can compromise people who are outspoken, right? So I'm aware of that, and I think as a community, we need to find ways that even when we have leaders, that the leaders are not independent, that they're not treading water by themselves, and that we are so multi-pronged in our operations that no one particular individual, like they say, no one monkey stop, no show, right? No one person, if they're compromised physically or economically, that's not going to compromise the greater value of what we're trying to get accomplished. Right?
And it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter your status or who you were or who you are now, because everybody is a pawn. Look at the former governor Cuomo, what they did to him. They knew about all these allegations when he was speaking every day during that pandemic. Yet they let it all blow under the rug until the elections passed, and then they threw him right on the grill.
Well, I mean, some people had ulterior motives in that whole thing, and I don't want to get into that because it's complicated. This is not my network, and I wouldn't want to say something that would jeopardize the network, right? No responsibility. So I'm not going to delve into it because sometimes you wind up saying things you don't intend to say. So,
right. Yeah. And listen, I'm going to get off. I appreciate your platform, and I will say this: I see a lot of African Americans on YouTube speaking the truth, just like you are, and I think a lot of people are fed up, man. It's the light is shining. So thank you so much.
Enjoy your Detroit. Have a good one, and I welcome you whenever you come back and you want to chime in on a particular topic. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Ash, good afternoon, Ash. How are you? Thanks for the super chat. $20. Thank you, Lee. I never believed in the moon landing. You shouldn't say that if you have your military uniform on in a picture. I hope that is not you. Right? Remember, information is gathered until necessary to be used. So you may become someone one day who have a voice, and you may have influence and power. So be careful, because the people who are into discrediting understand that the accumulation of data is very important, right? Because information is used for the purpose when we need to, not when it happened, right? BZ, good afternoon again. Sage, we need a 2023 reading list of books. I'll put something together. Yeah, I will do that. You might not like my list because if you like reading books with pictures, I am not the one for that. I don't do that. Right. And that's why, as I get better in technology, I will probably have more images to have the dynamic effects of how the show is produced and so forth. But I really try to get into people's head, because once you're able to have someone see something, they can't unsee it. And the seeing is understanding, right? That's the greater part of knowledge, the understanding. So once they see it with their mind, then there's a power there. So that's one of the reasons why I try to produce the show in the way in which I did. One part of it is that I am handicapped. I am not technically as wise and prolific in talent in this field than some other people. Mike, you had several things to say. Let's see. Well said, Sage. Assassin's Creed. Yes, we do need a creed. You know, like I said some time ago, and I whether you take it to heart or not, sometimes you can say things in joke that have value. It doesn't mean that you have to use those very things, but it allows you to contemplate, right? In New York, there's a Russian mob. In California, there's the Mexican mob. In Africa, there's the African mob. In Japan, they got the Yakuzis or whatever, the Japanese mob. In China, I don't know the name of their mob, but I know they have one too. Israel, their mob operates in several countries, but they have a mob in the United States as well, right? Like black people don't even have a mob. Like we're so bad at working together, we can't even do fucked up shit to make us money and work together. Like they're criminals in every country. We don't even have a mob. Mike Taylor. My point is for you to ponder that example and see how or whether we could find something that we believe is valuable enough for us to put aside the things that make us kill each other and profit, not just monetarily, but profit for the purpose of the whole. Because you know what? When there are problems in Mexico that the Mexican government doesn't want to get its hand dirty with, there are people that flow between both worlds that are in the political world, and there are people who are former military, police, you name it, that have their hands in the black market world, the underworld. And when something needs to be done that certain people's hands cannot be dirtied, a conversation takes place. And certain things happen, and then the news will report it the way it was supposed to be reported, right? And we, being gullible, we just say, yeah, that's what happened. But we don't even have the power of our mob to do certain things. We have the Crips and the Blood, and that's why I don't give any respect to the Crips and the Blood. With regard to those who created it and the reasons why they created it, I value that idea. But the implementation and practice have never been for the benefit of us. All the crimes that they practice is against themselves. The only people that die every day is someone who live on another street that is, for whatever stupid reason, and I say stupid not because of their choice, but because of the philosophy, they were wearing a particular color on a street that they shouldn't have been. And then their life was taken as ransom because someone disagreed with that. Right? But I've never seen them have a just cause to go out and say, you know what? Black code, whatever that black code is, we're stepping up. And those who fuck with us, well, we will fuck with you. Like some people should wake up in the morning. I shouldn't say wake up in the morning. There's some things that when you go to bed at night, that is one way, and when you wake up in the morning, does not exist anymore. And there are parts of the world where those things happen. But we can never do that. We have never done that. So for the person who asked me, what is the point? Examine it. Sometimes I don't have to answer every question, even though I may know the answer to the question. Sometimes it's the processes of coming to thinking through things that bring you to an answer, right? Who is this? Edward Clark, Reality 101. Cool. Ash, retired. Cool. Definitely cool. Mike Taylor, you trying to get in my head? You just figured it out? I'm trying to get in everybody's head. I'm trying to plant a program in your head that's going to turn this world upside down and make black men the most powerful men on this planet. If that's what you would think I'm attempting to do, you have half of the answer correct, right? Got paper to trade. I'm not sure what that means. Most things that are traded today on the electronic market is electronic. There's no more paper trail. Very few. There's some things that are handled in that are recorded, but more and more, I don't think, pretty much in terms of investment capital and different things today, nothing is held in paper anymore. And we're about to get rid of paper currency. So like that's around the corner. Take it easy, doc. The medication is too strong for the disease, huh? No problem. Let's see. Okay. Papers to grade. Are you a teacher? Oh, you're a teacher. Okay. I can definitely agree with that. Identify with what you're talking, especially if you actually grade paper. Like I knew when I was a teacher, some teachers don't grade paper. If the student turned in the assignment, just the fact that they turned it in, they gave them 100. They were not going to read every question and check them to see what's right and what's wrong. Some teachers don't do that. If you actually do that, then I tip my hat to you because that's the kind of teacher I am when I taught, right? Cool. Guys, over an hour ago, I said I was going to stop at 6 or at 7. It is now 8 o'clock. So, wow. Oh, you're a STEM teacher. Ooh, awesome. Awesome. I would say definitely let me give you my email and you can send me an email because I would like to stay in touch with you because I'd maybe like to discuss some things maybe for next year that, I think black men, we have to seek out where we have power and decouple ourselves from being overly dependent, right? On resources that tend to limit us and control us, right? So I'm going to give you Sage Talk email. I just dropped it in the chat. So just send me an email so I can be in touch with you. And when I get the chance, I want to get in touch with a few people and we can have a conference call and we can talk about some things because I do understand that talking is one aspect, right? Because the mindset must first be in place if you want to implement something. But at some point, there have to be action behind the talk. So I want to, at a future date, look at different opportunities that we can take action in that can set black men in more decisive, powerful positions, right? Where they have less tentacles holding on to them to restrict their movement, quiet their voices, let them be ashamed to speak because it may affect their family and future and their finances and all the things that, makes life worthy of living and in some cases enjoyable, right? And if you're poor, it's harder, right? If you have a lot of money, it's easier. Doesn't mean that your life is easy, but some things are easier. And we can benefit by improving ourselves, both economically and in other ways. And so part of my conversation is, I always try to be provocative, to give some thought to some idea that sometimes we may not have considered, or even if we did, we don't know if there's enough value there yet. And I like to think that there is value there. So I like to throw out ideas for us to reach for something greater than where we are now, or at least greater than our perceived understanding of whatever that something that may hamstring us to limit our outcomes. If you can start thinking where there's no limitation and understanding that the thinking process is the first place that you need to conquer to have serious shifts in the world around you, the conversation needs to be had. And the things that can cause us to be limited, we need to try to work on reducing the effects of those things more in our life, and then be able to communicate the things that can be more uplifting to make our lives better. BZ, great show as usual. Much appreciated. Hey, I got some serious followers on Sage Talk. Looking forward to the end of the year and how things are going to turn out, and looking forward to the new year as well. And whatever the Lapeef Network and Sage Talk will be delivering as we go into the new year. And I think we should be positive in how we do that. We can be critical of one another, but we should be very circumspect, which means to consider, right? We should be very circumspect when we can be persuaded to throw one another to the dogs. As Black men, particularly, considering how limited our power is in the world of powerful men, we should be very careful not to throw away men who are valuable, regardless if we like them or don't like them. And we need to find what is the value of a Black man. What is that worth? Only we can determine that. Something for us to think about. What is the value of a Black man? Because President Biden says, you ain't even Black if you don't vote for me, yo. See, if Black men were really like on some gangster shit, like if you're on some gangster shit about power, you would have taken that statement as an offensive, insulting opinion for a man who's running for the presidency to even say. Literally, he's saying your identity, if I don't authorize it, you don't even have an identity. That's how deep what he said really mean. And if we were a people of respect, and that really was something that, not used as a smokescreen, but something that was true to us as a people, there is nowhere in the world that he would be president today, because not a single Black man, and to be honest, not a single Black woman would have voted for him. Because you know what? Sometimes you just got to let people know, no, you don't fuck with me like that. You can say a lot of shit out of your mouth that I might let you slide. But we have to have a line in the sand. Where is the line in the sand where we say, okay, no, you don't go past this line. This is my boundary. Do we have a boundary? I would like to see it. Because some people shouldn't say stupid shit out their mouth, not just to an individual, to the people, to us as a whole, and think they could walk away with no consequence. And what I would like to see is that we don't have to even say what the consequences are. We should be in a place of unison where we don't even have to speak things, right? If our code of culture was really created and a functional thing, the actions that we take against them would be by their own suggestions, right? Like when Nike came out and said some dumb shit. Okay. We don't even have to say boycott, that yada yada. We don't have to say shit. The next day, they will realize that around the world, wherever black people live, no Nike gear was sold anywhere. The next day, the same thing. In a week, they will figure shit out. There would be an apology. There will be some begging. There will be all kind of shit. But we talk about it, but we don't really be about it because we're about slogans. Sounds good. We look good. Whether it's profitable or not, I got the recognition I need. You get yours. Selfish, right? And that's how we get played so often. But if we were really about it, in a week, Nike would have respected us. They would have backed off every goddamn thing they said. And we wouldn't have had to utter a word. See, I would like for us to be able to move on the code with no command. That you raise your child from the day that they're born with our code of life. And the code is important to the survival of the whole. Nobody would fuck with one of us. I mean, we keep running to the defense of a child getting shot, an old woman getting beat, something happening to. If you make the standard the people, our people, then it's hard to pick off one because the consequences for picking off one is the same as an attack on all. The hammer will come down. Bam! And because America's life's blood and God is money, and, you know, sometimes people say black people don't really have power because we don't own nothing. That is a partial true statement, but it's not the absolute true statement, right? Money flows. There's a circuit to money, especially if you ever trade currencies, right? There's a circuit. Money flows. Like currents in the ocean flows. The currents in the North Pole brings down cold air into tropical areas to lower the temperature in the hot areas, right? Same thing with the air. There's a circuit, and they follow those currents. Money flows, and we control the flow of money. It's like it's like the movie Dune, right? The Iraqis control the spice. Well, we are the Iraqis, and we control that spice. And the spice is the flow, the current of money. If black people wanted to exercise their power, there's no company on Wall Street that would be safe. None. Because 2 consecutive bad earnings, investors will run for the fucking hills. And we could do that. We could break any company we want. Any company. No foreigner can have a business in our community if they didn't contribute a portion of their revenues to an organization in our community that can uplift our community, create different type of programs, different parks, medical centers, clinics, so many different things. But you see, in some countries, they call that extortion. In some business, that's called giving back to your patron that supports you. Like if you shop on Amazon, you should be getting your email notifications, letting you know, especially if you use Smile, right? Letting you know that Amazon is contributing $276 million to a list of charities, right? All right, they do it. And they get a write-off for doing that. The losses that they take in damaged product and return stuff and all that stuff, depreciation of vehicles that get into accidents and burnt up, those things are losses on their corporate balance sheets. Those donation contributions offset those losses. They can declare it on their financials when they file. if a foreigner have a business in a black community and they're not contributing anything to the community, then why is the community supporting that business? I don't see any reason to go to a Korean and say, why are you in my community profiting? Yada, yada, yada. That's not his fault. Even if the United States have some type of organization through immigrant councils, immigration council for all the countries, and they have some invisible guidebook that says, go to the black community, open up any business you want, and those black people will spend their money with you, and in a couple of years, you'll be a millionaire. Even if they were actually doing that, if black people was about black people, and black people was about code, as we so profess so often, the codes would already be here. We would have known it when we were children growing up. And people who come into our communities, if they didn't come with a program and say, okay, we are looking to open up a business. 10% of our gross revenues or 12% of our gross revenues will be donated to, we may have a credit union of some sort that takes in money for the benefit of that community that it serves. Like I was a member of Nassau's Teachers Credit Union when I was younger in New York, right? The thing is that if they're not coming together with a proposal on how they can benefit this community by opening up business and taking the dollars from this community, they could open up the business. They will make the choice to close it if there's nobody buying there. We don't have to stand around with a sign, because we shouldn't have to persuade each other. We should automatically know what's best in our interests. And if dollars are leaving our community at 6 to 8 hours a clip, we are not benefiting. And the reason why our dollars can leave that quickly, it's not like we go downtown, take the train, take a bus, take a taxi. We don't go downtown to spend our money. Everybody in our community is feeding off of us because downtown is a representative of the United Nations in our community, and they profit. And if we cut them off, they will close their business and they will go take business someplace else. It's no different than if me, go into Chinatown and open up a black soul food restaurant. Like, Chinese are not going to come. They may be some who will have curiosity, may even like the food, but it's not going to be enough consistent to keep the doors open. That means your lease rent, utility costs, insurance for liability of your inventory, and the employees that you have to pay, and your own bills of survival to pay for your families, right? If that can be reached economically, it's not a viable business investment. You'll close the business in 30, 60, 90 days, however long, for you to bleed enough money to realize that, nope, can't bleed in the black community. That ain't going to work. But because we don't have that kind of unity amongst us, everyone could come and profit. All right. So that's something we have to do better at. When people talk about other people coming into this black manosphere space, particularly women, for those who have an objection to women, whatever the women are trying to do, whether it's for or against black men in this community, or in this space, I should say, the person you need to get on is the black man that is supporting that black woman. If what she's saying goes against our best interests and you still support them, not only with the watch hour time and the contribution, it's a fool's argument to go to the woman and say, you shouldn't be here, and threaten her and tell her this and tell her that and examine her and she's a chameleon. Stop. We're attacking the wrong thing. We're usually attacking the benefit or the outcome, the thing that we see, as opposed to what it is. What is the infection? Nobody else deals with the infection. They deal with the cough The cough is not the infection. The cough is a signal that there is an infected virus in your lungs or your throat. Some people will take cough syrup to suppress the itch to cough and do nothing about the virus that is keeping you sick. We need to learn to detect that there is a virus, and then we need to learn how to remove the virus. All right. So it's 8:27, almost 8:30. BZ, this will be the last comment I'm going to highlight, unless something just notable come in while I'm signing off. Add that to the respect convo from last week, Lee. That's the respect we should strive for, but how do we fight? That's a good question. It depends on who's the enemy or who you're going up against. There are different fights for different challenges, right? Legally, most Black men don't know how to fight that battle. Well, the battle is not one. That is singular. I would say those battles, right? Plural. That's a separate show in itself. Absolutely, that is a separate show. And hopefully next year I can maybe have a few people that I can talk to that can come on as guests. They can probably speak about certain battles that can add to the conversation. I think one of the things we need to learn to understand is that we are a prey. We have been a prey for a long time. We tend to use the lion as allegorically to represent the king, ruler, dominion, power. If we're going to really be that lion, that man who rules over his domain, it's not easy, and it's a fight. And sometimes that fight means you have to carry others on your back. That there's some people, even though you're trying to help them, they don't see it. They may not see it till the end. Some people might never see it. Might born, live, and die and never see it. Doesn't mean the fight, you should not pursue the fight, right? So we have a long road ahead of us, and I'm trying to deal with it in the best ways that I know how. First, to open your eyes to the different things that are happening around you so you don't allow them, right? Because many things that happen to us is by choice. We allow it. People set upon us as a prey, but in the end, we succumb to the traps that they set. Sometimes we see that it's a trap, but we weigh our desperation or our individual compensation that my success and the payment that I will receive for my success is more valuable than 10,000 Black people. Therefore, I can see ransoming them for my millions, and I can sleep very well at night. There are people who make those calculations, and some of those people are Black people, whether they're male or they're females. So that's part of the load that some of us who are fighting a greater fight have to contend with, right? Mr. Awesome, right. We swat the mosquitoes instead of eliminating the still water source. Correct. But understand that in the ecology of life, mosquitoes play a role. We don't want to eliminate them. We just have to try to limit their effects on us in our interaction with the different animals that live here, right? Don't get too high and mighty as people to think that we are so superior that other animals don't have right to live. Because when we do that, you kill a certain animal and it can have a chain effect on the ecology. And next thing you know, it comes back to you and your survival is now threatened by killing one animal. So we have to be mindful of that too, right? There are cause and effects to everything we do. And we have to consider both. But we have to consider the value of Black men, thereby Black women and Black children. And we have to work to increase our value first in our own perception, because that's where it must start. Before a stranger can see value in us, we must see value in us. And then we must project it. We must live it. And then people will recognize it. Some may not recognize it immediately. So, you might have to bang them over the head, but they'll get the message, right? And banging a person over the head doesn't necessarily always mean literal, but the effect could be as literal, right? So thanks again, everyone, for tuning in. This was another Sage Talk show. I think we need to promote the fact that the young people who are Millennium and Gen Z are the new leaders of the Black community, or leaders, period. Black or white or other nations that are in America, nationalities in America. That new generation is going to be the leaders. We can do things to strengthen our young Black people who are going to come into leadership, or we can do things to undermine them for our own selfish greed, while other people are preparing their young generation for the leadership next. So those of us who are old enough, if you're in a position of power, you should look for a replacement and be ready to step down and put someone into place. Stop hogging the ball. We know that on the court, right? We play basketball. Stop hogging the ball, man. Shoot, pass it. Some people want to be the star every day, for every day. We have to do better at stuff like that. We have to improve upon ourselves. And there's a time in which leadership have to change. And I think we're in that time. The old people who are in power have to step down and open spaces for new Black men. And we know they're not going to step down, so we need to mount our position to take them out of their position. Power is never ceded, it's taken, right? If you understand that as an ideology and you work in that manner, when you're confronted with something unexpected, it will not be totally unexpected, because it was lurking there somewhere. You just weren't aware of where at the moment, right? So be aware. Okay. Let's see. Is this correct? Okay. AM this is that this decreation? AM decreation or something like that, if I'm pronouncing it right. I may be missing a syllable. We'll have to watch the replay. Much appreciated. And if there's something you want to comment on, comment as well, right? And share, and definitely share. Oh, you said reply. You said reply instead of replay. All right, no problem. Sometimes the mind see the words that you meant to say but didn't write. Not a problem. I get it. All right, guys. Thank you very much. Thank you for tuning into another Sage Talk. Have a good week. Today is Sunday. Get yourself some rest. Be ready for the battle tomorrow in every way. And with that, everybody have a good weekend. Have a good week started. The weekend is over, right? HR, I'm going to sign off and you can take me out. Much appreciated.